pop back in, and we'll figure out what we're doing for this map and all that. All right, cool. So we'll go into single player. We're gonna go ahead and get ourselves a new single player thing. Let me check in the mods, see what else we got here, see what I want to turn off. I did turn off the buzzy bees. Yeah, so for the mods we've got, first of all, for the people popping in YouTube, we're going to be doing this brand new run in Vintage Story. I was going to be checking our mods. So this is just the core base game. There's nothing there to mention. These two just add information. So, like, you can see, like, instead of just, like, staring at something, being like, okay, how long do I have left? I don't know. It'll be like, all right, you got 2 minutes left, 5 minutes left, whatever. Napster lets you kind of, like, not automate, but like when you go to like chip away at the things and it starts to get repetitive. So I'll probably do it the normal way where you like click on the individual blocks at the beginning. And then once we start scaling up, I'll probably start doing that where you can just hold the button, it'll slowly work through it. I don't do the stuff that makes it go like super lightning fast or anything like that. And then auto map markers, it just means I can walk up to like a thing of copper and I can whack it and it'll mark it on my map at that point. So I don't have to like manually do it every time. So all in all, Napster does kind of help you with the gameplay aspect, but everything else is quality of life. But yeah, like I said, I got rid of the buzzy beads. I know people reporting performance issues with it. So we're gonna go ahead and create a brand new world. And we got to decide which way we want to play. So the last time I played, I did just literally kind of went standard and go, and eventually I believe we turned off the temporal portals. Because I was getting annoyed with temporal portals appearing on top of my house and then the enemies spawning inside of my house, which the counterplay is to go away or, you know, build yourself like a 1x2 box and just hide inside your box until it goes away or go to sleep. You get the idea. The counterplay is to not play. So I eventually turned those off. So with that, kind of the ones that I found interesting. So there's Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, it's got a pro and the con in that it gets rid of all like the spooky monsters and all that kind of stuff. The animals are more dangerous, and that part's really cool. But on the other hand, it gets rid of all of the ruins and the traders and everything. So in some ways, that kind of sucks. It also mentions you can't sleep during temporal storms, but there also aren't temporal storms, so that. We're not doing creative building. Yeah, I mean, it'd be either doing another one that's standard or Homo sapiens, and we could take a twist on that. I guess what we'll probably do is I'll put a quick poll on the Discord. Or not in the Discord, I'm sorry, in chat. What type of run are we doing? Standard, Homo sapien. Let's not do it that way. That's not going to be a thing. We can go under. Yeah, so Homo sapiens is a lot more about survival against the world. And they make the animals way more dangerous. And there is a thing where it says block gravity. I find block gravity to be kind of an interesting mechanic, but also the issue you run into it. So like where you're digging and it can occasionally collapse in while you're working on stuff, that part I really like. In practice, when I played this, sometimes you'll just be walking across the area and a giant cave-in will happen. And that can be kind of fun as a one-off, but you could take a lot of deaths where you're just walking and suddenly you fall into the ground and get buried alive, and you're just like, well, I just walked on the wrong tile and there's no, like, visual indicator that this is unstable, or, like, there's not really a test beyond, like, walking up and poking each tile, and even then you might hit the wrong tile and cause the cave-in yourself. So it's a cool mechanic, but there needs to be, like, a little bit of fuzziness around existing stuff not having issues, and also limit a lot of your building stuff too. So it's cool, but it ends up being an aggravating thing. I think I'm gonna lean with the Homo sapiens style. Homo sapiens on stream. So we're gonna start with that. We are gonna customize and maybe change a few things. So game mode, survival, yep. Player lives, infinite, yep. Starting climate, that's fine. Respawn radius. So the respawn radius does mean if I die, it ends up being pretty inconvenient. And we're not gonna find the gears to set my spawn point very often. I'll have to pan for them or whatever. So that could be pretty rough. I think I will leave that on. There aren't monsters in this mode. There's wildlife, and they make the wildlife more dangerous. We do drop our items. I am going to make the timer longer, so we, because it's fun to, like, watch the person have to go after stuff. Oh, are you not doing a vote? No, I was thinking about it, but then I was like, okay, but then I'd go into Homo sapiens and be like, okay, but what settings are we going to do on there? And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing 20 votes to get through that. We'll enable seasons. We have the default time per season, true winters, the block gravity. Let's see. We'll do the sand and the gravel. Cave-ins, like I said, I like the mechanic. I like the idea of the mechanic. Unfortunately, just the reality with the way the world spawns is you lose a lot of your cool different style of the world because everything collapses in on itself. We can allow falling rocks. We can allow fire spread. Fire from lightning seems utterly cursed. We won't allow underground farming. Hi.
I wanted to give you a kissy.
Yeah. You missed our draft with, like, spring necks. They were adorable.
Oh, I missed it.
Yep, and we had painted pandas.
Did they look like painted dogs?
They had heart eyes.
Aw, that's cute.
All right. Yeah, so we got health regeneration is normal, hunger is normal, lung capacity is 30 seconds. We have, a little bit worse than normal body temperature handling, walk speed's normal, creature hostility is aggressive. So this is where, like, the animals get more dangerous. So, like, if people remember the last time I played, I would just swim away from a lot of the creatures. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. And the creatures are very strong. The food spoils a bit faster. That's neither here nor there. Food is not that big a deal. The trees grow a little bit slower. Again, once you start planting trees, it's not that big a deal. Durability is the same. If that was different, I would absolutely just change it to be whatever the default was. The prospecting pick node search radius. Do I want to do that? What that is talking about is normally when you're playing, you walk up to, the wall or whatever, and you start, mining an area, and you'll use your prospecting pick, and it'll say, okay, there's ore this far away. Or not this far away. It's like there is a lot of ore nearby, or there's a little ore nearby, or whatever. I'm curious about that, because the way this works otherwise is you kind of make like a little pattern, and you would then, be like, okay, there's iron in this relative area, has a high probability of iron, or has a very low probability of iron. I think I'll leave it off for now. That I might change. Microblock chiseling, that's fine. Coordinate overlay, whether you allow the coordinate overlay, I don't care about that. I will allow the world map, because genuinely I find the game is not as enjoyable with the world map turned off. It becomes very obnoxious to, like, show people stuff and all that. The lore content turning off, this is the thing that is kind of a bummer. For those who don't know, the lore content is stuff like the ruins and all that, and traders and all that stuff. But if you turn it on, it also turns on the drifters. The drifters are directly tied to lore content. So if you want to explore the world and have ruins but not drifters, you have to get a mod. But we'll leave that off because we did the last one with the drifters, and this one's going to be a lot more about survival. We could change that if I feel like changing it later. Clutter is not obtainable. The temporal stability, all that is turned off. World generation, climate distribution there. Some of the other things that'll be an issue is, like, surface copper is very rare on this map. And so, like, you won't find much there. And I think that'll do. So start generating thing. Can you beat Vintage Story? So we don't even need to worry about the second part of your statement. You cannot beat Vintage Story. It does not have, like, it doesn't have the fully implemented story. They're still working on that. It's like, even nowadays, Minecraft, I think, did they actually add an ending? I know there was the Ender Dragon got added, but I think technically killing the Ender Dragon's considered the ending now. But, this one you kind of learn about the world and all that, but like I said, it is unfortunately that... Huh. Luxray, don't just like randomly shout out people. Wronger, do you even stream? I can't remember. I lose track of who does and doesn't stream. Yeah, no, gotcha. Gotcha. Alright. So. What we're gonna go ahead and do is make her person. And basically you can give yourself like a 2-piece, you can get yourself some briefs, you can get a leotard. I'm just gonna have the briefs. The voices in this game are certainly an experience. Yeah, so instead of actually having like voice being like ooh or anything like that, you make musical things. Let's see, we have someone that has a similar name. Who is it? I don't know off the top of my head. Alright. And with the story and the way this game works, is you're not human, you're like sort of this angel thing. That like the world is all messed up and you kind of get dumped back in the world to figure it out. Let's see. So, for whatever reason, the hairstyle I tend to like is, where's the messy? Yeah, like the messy hair. And then there was like one that is unkempt. And then the facial expression doesn't kind of really matter that much. Let's see. Oh yeah, usually I do some like... It's something like exhausted or sad or whatever. Okay, we'll have the... There's one here that's like... a mess. Was it Fat Walrus? So we got Fat Walrus, and then there was, not the long goatee. There's one that's like... Shaggy full. I don't know. For me with the, survival side of things, just really wanted to go, like... You know... Full, like, surviving hermit old man. There are classes in the game. Generally, I find the class mechanic for me a complete non-starter. They basically have a couple of recipes locked behind them, is the best thing about them. And you can turn that off if you want. But there's like, you know, penalty to melee, penalty to drop rates and mining speed, but bonuses to damage and all that kind of stuff. I generally find the class system in the game to be pretty eh. Alright, so we're confirming what we look like. We got all that stuff. We are a commoner. Yeah, so if we pull up our map, you can see this is the area we're able to see around us, which is weirdly continuing to get bigger for some reason. Is that like the world gen is world genning, or what? Why am I... Oh, it is literally we are loading in the world around us. You can see the mounds appearing back here. So there's a bunch of water to our east. Yeah, so like for example, we mentioned the unfortunately like the dirt kind of stuff can kind of be pretty garbage. An area like this hole right here, a lot of times I have caves that kind of go off to the side, and so I'd walk into a tile like this, and suddenly the whole thing dumps into the hole because this got slightly too close. Ooh, slate. I believe you can make really cool ceiling tiles with slate. So I'm going to mark that just in case we leave this area slate-wise. So let's go here to... Oh, let's do this. So we'll probably still be in the area, but just in the off chance, I'm going to mark that as slate. Now, as I mentioned before, survival in this game is a lot harder than, like, Minecraft or whatever. I also do not have any kind of inventory yet. Not dealing with that here. So we got a very limited inventory. But yeah, so we look over here. There's a big pool of water over there. That might just be a lake. We're looking for an ocean. They added oceans to the game, and they're pretty ridiculously large. And with them, the boat becomes a very usable thing, a very fun thing to work with. And that's basalt. Alright. I remember basalt being good for something. Yeah, no, if you play with a bunch of buddies, I hear that the classes make a lot more sense. Because it kind of gives you a reason to, like, specialize and do a whole bunch of stuff. But if you're playing on your own, they're just kind of annoying. Because it's kind of like artificially setting a bunch of limits, but they're not limits you can overcome. Like, you just, oh, I want this armor? Well, you can't have that armor. Why can't I have the armor? Well, because you're not a fighter. But what if I spent a lot of time working on it? No, you don't understand. And you can even still craft some of them, too. But you're not allowed to use them. So it is a thing. And it'd be one thing if it's like, there was a whole system around balancing with that in consideration. Oh, that's the flower, not what I thought it was. I was looking at flax. Yeah, so at this stage of the game, I want to be grabbing food items as we run around. Generally trying to find where we want to call home. Oh, were you poisonous? I can't remember. Now I gotta remember how I access my menu. There we go. You're fine. And death cap is not fine. Almond mushroom. Almond mushroom's fine as well. More death cap, more death cap. Those I know are fine. Chantarella. I'm gonna vaguely keep an eye out. Just in the off chance that there were bees. Yeah, it's forest floor, that's fine. Now, the thing you gotta be careful about is there are wolves, there are bears, there are moose. They all suck. Okay. And we'll definitely need to hunt them for a bunch of things. I'll probably end up making some kind of moat or something around my property so the various critters, when they go to get into my house, can go die. Unfortunately, it does not look like we're looking at an ocean here. So we'll probably do... I thought there was a way to toggle run. Instead of having to hold shift. It probably is, I'm just not remembering what it was. Okay, so my inventory's full. So I'm gonna eat some of these things that won't last as long. Got chickens down here. Okay, so we got reeds over here. This is the point where we probably want to stop being lazy and actually make myself a tool. Because then we can go in and try to remember stuff. I believe that'll give me a knife. Or I'm wrong. Alright, what was it? So the knife recipe... Oh no, that's right, you had to I have to go here. Knife blade. Oh, Napster's still on. It's fine. And then you'd chisel away at that. Yeah, so I'd cut away the edges. I just have a mod still loaded from the last time I played that you get to the point where the napping and all that is pretty cool as a mechanic, but in practice, you eventually get really, really tired of doing it again and again. Yeah, I'll grab the bottoms. But I want to go and grab these because I can make bags for my back using this. I'll go ahead and grab these real quick. And if I grab the bottom parts, when we get to where we're going, I can plant a bunch of reeds. And you do end up wanting a bunch of reeds for stuff like beehives and baskets. And then there's stuff like you can make, I think you can make like roofing out of it and a whole bunch. That said, with where we've already located slate, I think I'm going to plan for making a slate tile roof. Because remember, that's not that bad to do and it looks pretty solid. Okay, is that enough reeds to make anything? I don't remember what the heck the pattern was. Been a hot minute since I played. Okay, so the reed basket is 3 in all areas, so that would end up being 27. I don't have 27. Still. That's fine. And I gotta watch because eventually I'll find a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, so we want to go out of our way for the reeds, I think. So I want to be exploring the map looking for where we're ultimately going to find an ocean. The reeds are worth taking a detour to up our inventory, because then we can grab a bunch of, like, grains and seeds and carrots and all these kind of things along the way as we explore. And then when we find what we're looking for, getting all that set. The real challenge here is just going to be the fact that without the drifters, because we're on Homo sapiens mode, it's going to be pretty tricky to get a hold of the gears. So it might end up being a thing eventually that I have to just sit there and, you know, do some panning on sand to try and get our lucky drop of a gear. You also can't trade for gears because there's no traders in Homo sapien mode. We're going to want to do a lot of stuff for, like, personal safety against the wildlife and all that, since they're extra dangerous on this map, or on this setting. Because we definitely want to avoid death as all possible. Because it's also a thing that you spawn within a 5,000 tile area of the starting point, which is a pretty considerable amount. Like, the distance we've gone so far is definitely maybe not even, like, probably about, like, 500 tiles, maybe. It's not far. Okay. And there is durability in the game. It is one of those things that, like, your very early tools, they break very quickly. But it does reward you for making better tools. The lifespan of your better tools is considerably longer. Okay. Are we doing expanded architecture this time? If that's a mod, you can just assume I'm not loading any of the mods. We're doing a Homo sapiens run right now. Oh, I forgot I can right-click hold. Did I make the wrong thing? That's the wrong thing. So one thing is you can actually recycle some of this stuff. They don't get all of our materials back, but at least get some of it. Alright, let's check this again. There, it's the hand basket. Okay, it's a hand basket is too, so I can go click and hold. That's not how I do it. Cool. So I got 2 bonuses to my inventory. The good news is that's actually quite a bit cheaper. Here's a mod that has just architecture relics and old buildings. Yeah, no, I gotcha. There's lots of cool stuff with that. I actually am leaning technically the other direction, in that we did the last run with standard, with the drifters and all that kind of stuff. And so this time we're going Homo sapiens, which makes the wildlife way more dangerous. They move faster, they hit harder, they take more to take down. But it gets rid of the drifters entirely. And I know I complained a bunch the first time we did our playthrough, where we got like all the way to steel and everything, that I found the spawning mechanics for drifters to be absolute hot garbage. In that, like, it was very hard to tell where they could and couldn't spawn. You know, they could spawn like literally next to you and one tap you at certain points. And it's kind of one of those things I would love for them to be just straight up hard. But it was the fact that how they were hard was more like you just had to react, you know, jump scare. There wasn't really a whole lot you could do. And there's tricks you can do, like get the chisel and chisel the ground to make it so it's ineligible for spawn. And it's just like, that's working around a problem that shouldn't be the way it is. Like, for me, there should be kind of a certain radius around the player that you cannot spawn things. You know, and like, I'm even okay if it's like, if it's pitch black, then there is no limit. Or like, you know, the light sources carry a bit far and make things ineligible. Okay, so with this, that should give me... Huh? Did I already forget what the recipe was? Oh, I was taking the seeds, weren't I? Alright, so for right now, that'll do. I'm not gonna sit here and carve all those up. We'll want those eventually, but that'll do for now. Let's go ahead and pull up the map. Yeah, so I don't have any obvious places for water right now. So I'm just gonna keep on running on east. Because it looks like this whole area is gonna be basalt, which is good. But with that, we got more inventory. Ooh, okay, so we got obsidian. I don't know if obsidian's any good or whatever. But basically, anytime I see something like, oh, there's lime here, or oh, there's whatever, I usually take the time to quickly mark it, because even if I don't need it ever, it doesn't matter that much. And I believe you're just plain old andesite, right? No, you're granite. As a world setup said 97% or 97.5 land cover. You wonder how big an ocean you can find? That is an excellent question. Because like I said, I know they added oceans. And the map is huge. Oh, there's an angry boar over there. Let's just keep going. I got plenty of food on me for the moment. I just don't need to get gored by a boar. Okay. Yeah, those are just flowers. Okay, so you're not after me anymore. so we got a bunch of desert around here. Yeah, because we can search for a while, because I know it took, Kildrix was playing this recently and wanted to set up on an ocean. And I know it took him a hot minute to find, but I didn't at all ask him what his settings were. I was led to believe it's not that hard. Oh yeah, I gotta still make the knife blade. Okay. Make myself a replacement knife. Drop a bunch of these things I'm not going to eat in my inventory there. So I can kind of watch, see how much inventory space I have left. Have the stuff I'm going to eat on my bar. But if it ends up we're running around, it's like, oh, I'm just not going to find an ocean. Then we can adjust. Because on the other hand, I don't want to actually turn it up too high where we're like on this weird water world. You know, honestly, a weird water world could be an interesting playthrough in its own right. I think we'd run into limitations with a bunch of like not naturally occurring food, and the animals wouldn't be really around much because they need land. But having a world that is mostly water could be interesting. That you get your initial setup and start have to like make a tunnel system down. I think in practice it'll probably not be that fun, because I'm thinking in my head you need to get your tools like pickaxes, and then just trying to get down to the bottom to check to see if there's ore nearby would probably be its own thing. Yeah, there's a basalt everywhere. That's weird. I've never seen them where, like, the bottom was unripe, but the top was ripe. And eating all our berries real fast. They don't last very long. I could be burning some serious calories just booking it across the map. Okay, so we got Peridotite. So no real signs. There's a bear. Oh, bear's probably going to catch me while I climb. Honey? No, 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 no bear. Be cool, bear. No one has to die today. Ow. All right. Yeah, to give you an idea, because we're using the Homo sapien where you spawn differently, that's where I died. That's where my previous spawn was. That's how far away we go. So we're gonna run towards our corpse. It's windy here? Yes, it is. Trying to see what type of stone here. So this is granite. Tiny bit of fall damage. So one thing I have not done that I probably really should have is I really should get myself a torch made. To do that, I believe I'm going to need to grab this. We'll get ourselves another knife going. And I believe I need some dried grass and a couple of sticks. Okay, so we can grab you. Got too much junk in my inventory because our baskets are on where our other spot was. Okay. So I still need a couple more sticks. Alright. So for this, I'm going to waste all these grains by just eating them raw. The reason we're doing this is I gotta remember what the pattern was. So I can go here. I do not remember what the buttons were for a lot of this stuff. There we go. Cool. And so with that for right now, gonna chuck that on the ground. So unfortunately, one of the downsides of holding the torch is it drains your food faster. Back in your day, you ran naked 20 miles to eat raw wheat berry. This generation had character. Yeah. You have weird stuff happen. Honestly, for that matter, chuck the stick in the ground. So I get inventory space for... trying to get myself stuff to eat. So the real problem here is just the fact that I'm going to be like rolling up on a bear or a wolf or something and not be able to see them at all. So we got peat, so I just punched that to mark that there's peat here. But if later on I need peat and I'm looking for it, that's the spot now I know that I can find it. And as I mentioned, it is the thing where you could turn off all the map stuff so you can't see and all that. And there's certainly an appeal to that. But at least I find for streaming, that tends to not be as good because you just wander around aimlessly half the time. And people generally start to get bored of that after a while. Not that you need to be making progress, but like when you're generally like, I'm looking for something. You know, 8 hours later, you still haven't found it. Got a big body of water to her. Yeah, so it's just Narcissa Lakes. Okay, right now, chuck the flint on the ground. Got more heat here. But yeah, so as you can see, we don't want to die because of how far it knocks us back. I just have to figure all that happened. What's poppin'? Not a whole lot. Just started a brand new run of a Vintage Story. Doing kind of the, like, heavy survival mode with the, with Homo sapiens. So instead of drifters being the main thing to be a nuisance, it's bears and wolves have been buffed. Make them even more dangerous. Both in movement speed and the damage they do and everything. It's one of those things that makes your early medical stuff utterly useless, because until you have some type of defense, whether it's leather or anything, stuff like the bear is just going to one-shot you and be done with it. So there's no point in healing, because all the stuff you're scared of is going to instantly kill you anyways. So it doesn't matter if they, you know, hit you for 50 damage over your max life, or 1,000 damage over your max life. The moment your life goes to 0, you still die. Lots of holes in the ground over here. I did manage to tag one place of resin. Death cap, that does me no good. Now the real danger is if I die trying to get to my body, I will no longer have my marker for my other body. Granted, I just have random stuff in my pockets over there. The biggest annoyance would be losing the baskets, and that's really not that bad. How big a body of water are you? I mean, it's not an ocean, but I would definitely say that is a sizable lake. I'd be willing to consider that. That's blueberries. I don't have the inventory space. I'm gonna take a little bit of a risk here. I'm gonna smash that bush, and we're gonna throw stuff for starting fire. I'm gonna go ahead and chuck the flax out of here too. I do really actually kind of want the flax. But early on, the food is gonna be far more of an urgent thing. Well, I can't make that work. As much as I'd love to grab those two, we just don't have the inventory space. Back in the day when you wanted to play Minecraft, you had to log into the Minecraft website and use to play it? Yeah, no, I mean, I played Minecraft before they went to, like, the Microsoft, like, you know, they had, like, the Java launcher and the this and that platform launcher and all that stuff. But, I mean, like, that's not changed too much. It's still, you pull up the client. Okay, we got a bunch more berries. Trying to keep an eye out for resin. Ooh, okay. So that's a big one. We've got copper here. And a decent amount of it. I don't have the inventory space yet, nor do I have the ability to use it yet. That should have put a mark on my map. I'm stepping away a little bit. It didn't mark it on my map. I think I have to actually grab it for it to mark it on my map. So we're gonna pop right here. And right here on this spot, we want to mark it. That's a big one. So orange. Save. So that'll be a place we can get copper later, which will be very important. You guys pretty dedicated launcher what you're talking? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I didn't pop into Minecraft a bit after that. Like, I popped in... Man. I'm trying to think about, like, what would have been the newer thing, because I know Enderman and Ender Dragon and all that weren't a thing yet. The Nether was... Like, I think the Nether was pretty new when I played it. And I played like a ridiculous amount around that time frame. Burnt myself out on it properly. And I've popped on it a couple times. Are you not marking stuff? Let's see. There was a whole thing for mod controls and all that. Because I got a thing that marks it, because I'm just going to mark it anyways. So I don't really want to have to sit here and manually do it. Man, I don't remember what the controls were. Fine, I'll mark it. Orange. Resin. Yeah, I remember the last time I played, we tried spearfishing the fish, and it just really kind of didn't give you much for it. Unfortunately. That, like, fishing as a concept in the game really isn't a thing. There's like, mods to do all that stuff, but, you know, that goes without saying that there's always mods to do just about everything. So stuff that makes sense to be part of the game, you're almost always going to find at least a couple of mods that do it. Usually one that does it really well, and a bunch that are, you know, not so good. Alright, sorry, I thought I saw red clay. Okay, still granite up here. You know, fishing's on their near radar with all the fish they've added. Yeah, no, the one I heard that's got me interested is not the current update they've been working on. I do know they said like one of the not so distant updates is they want to revisit how a bunch of the enemies spawn in and combat in general and all that stuff. Which is good because to me that's the part of the game that's got like the most issues right now is just the drifters, it's mostly how they spawn in, and then for the amount of effort you put into them, they just feel completely unrewarding. Like I don't need them to be like a source of free loot kind of thing that you just put down your drifter trap and you can just survive indefinitely on the bounty that poureth forth. You know, not go full Terraria. But I would like them to at least, the way, like I was talking about the last time we played, it'd be nice that the drifters occasionally drop like a really kind of garbage tier food. So like negligible nutrition, but it's at least something. Or otherwise give you some materials fairly regularly that, again, make it so it's kind of a throwaway garbage thing. So you wouldn't have a reason to really want to, like, farm them. But at least when you do end up fighting, it's like, you get a little bit more from it. I also felt like the looting of them needed to be not what it is, because you have to, like, run up and do the whole thing where you, like, you know, quote-unquote skin them. And I always felt you should be able to just, like, run up and kind of shift-click their inventory collectively into yours. I'm honestly pretty surprised. The last time I played Homo sapiens off stream, just walking around during the beginning, we would get to a point where we'd start like shivering constantly, like have a problem and have to like find a cave to duck into or wall in an area of dirt to duck into to avoid being too cold outside, that kind of thing. You've got a storm up ahead. You need some sort of balance pass. Compass is the weakest part of the game, of an otherwise style game. Yeah. Well, and to me, like, the biggest part of the combat that's just really rough is the spawning. Like, the spawning honestly feel like it's utter BS 90% of the time. Okay, so we got the 2 lakes here. Like, that was one thing. Red wine is a safe-to-eat mushroom, and it lasts longer than my berries. So I'm gonna eat my stack of berries here. And we're gonna grab these mushrooms. Because to me, like, I find the combat with the animals to feel generally not too bad. The spawning mechanics behind them feel perfectly reasonable. You spelled? Yeah. The spawning mechanics behind them seem to be entirely reasonable. You get, you know, meat and hides for it and all that. And so even though they are fairly dangerous, they seem fine enough. You can kind of set yourself up to be protected against. I understand that the idea with, like, the temporal storms and the vortexes and all that is so you don't get complacent where you're just kind of chilling in your base and ignoring what's going on in the outside world and yada yada. And I get that, and I can respect that. But the unfortunate in practice where they're just BS, that's the whole thing. Now, I could get behind some type of way that you allow the drifters to be able to break into your place, like knock open your door, be able to carve their way through certain tiles. Or otherwise they could like dig through the terrain or something. Now obviously the challenge there is like how much do you let them be destructive, because if they straight up just wreck your base, that'll be obnoxious in its own right. But at the same time, if you don't let them have any type of thing like that, then they can't reach you, so you can go back to utterly ignoring them. I could see some middle ground in there where you could fortify your location such that they can't really get in, not meaningfully, but you'd have to, you know, reinforce the walls or something like that. Okay. So many just pits in here. Oh, right, you can get struck by lightning in this game. Well, that might prove to be dangerous for us. I'm not going to stop running because I'm not just going to sit here and just chill at home. Oh. Okay, so we marked the peat. which did mark. Yeah, I got some settings I got to adjust on this mod. Basically, I haven't mark anything I, as the player, would normally mark. It's like when I find resin, I set it to mark it. When I say find, it's walk up and punch it, so it's not just randomly it tells me. Like if this had resin, I have to go up and like tap the tree, and it would mark it so that in the future I know to come back to that spot. Same with ore. Okay. Oh, those are different berries. Can eat these real fast. Yeah, auto map marker. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You know you're gonna want to mark them anyways. That inventory is such a pain. And I know I did just leave a bunch of cranberries on the ground. Alright, at this point, I'm finding enough cranberries. I'm gonna waste the mushrooms. Alright. So many berry bushes. Okay, so we're probably getting to the point where we'll start being able to see our body off in the distance. And for, like, the record, if you don't have the mini-map or any of that kind of stuff set up, you're going, like, the full mod experience. Man, like, I want all those seeds. All of that's good stuff that I probably should have. But unless I stop and I remake those reed baskets every time I die, it's just not happening. Okay. On the plus side, we're exploring a lot more of this map. Getting a feel for what's running. We believe we have flax seeds. Yes. I'm gonna miss out on the flax itself, but I'm not too worried about missing random flax in the middle of nowhere that is inconvenient for me to do anything with. The other thing I need to remember, I need to stop and hold K to open the introductory menu or to remove this tooltip. There. Close and never show again. Cool. Because while it's been a little while, I'm going to have to stop and remember a bunch of recipes and look those up. You know, and then, like, the size your cellar can be, or the size of this various room, like, look up what the actual limits are. Not too fussed about that. Okay, so we can cover a lot of ground this way. Look at these nice flat areas. And ultimately, I don't want to be holding the torch since it's burning through our food faster, but I don't have the hands free to put in my pocket. And we definitely want to keep the torch in the event, like, I fall in a hole that's dark or something. Or we're still out and about running when the next nightfall shows up. Okay. And even if the berries or whatever just rot, that's actually good too. Well, it won't be useful for a while. Later on, I can use the rot for, I believe it was fertilizer? I can't remember. There was something I needed the rot. I think it was making, like, the really good soil, I believe is what I needed the rot for. And you need a lot of it. So even getting surplus food, that's just going to ultimately go to waste because you won't have a need for it that fast. It's still worthwhile. Okay. And this is also the reason why I bumped up the timer for how long our loot stays in the world. From like the 10 minutes. Is with how far away you spawn with Homo sapiens. You might as well have just your loot get deleted most of the time. Because you just have to mad dash there. And even then, you can just get unlucky. And because of terrain being hard to traverse, just not arrive in time. As you can tell, it has a gap of how far away you can spawn of 5,000 tiles. Yeah, rot turns to fertilizer. Yeah, that's right. You turn into fertilizer, and then you need like fertilizer and a couple of other things to make the really, really good soil. That's right, but it's just you need a bunch of it to do that. Oh, I thought the loose flint was something else. Okay. It was a boar. Okay. For a moment I thought it was a wolf. The boar I should be able to just run away from and get away from no problem. If it was a wolf, that'd be a lot worse. I want the apple tree, but right now there's no way that's working. And just left those berries in the ground because we got nowhere to put them. Nope, nope, nope. Puppy, puppy. Okay. We're just going to assume it is still inches behind me. And try to go our best where I'm not climbing straight up hills. Because the animals often can traverse the hills that you're just going straight up a lot faster than you can. Versus if you go at diagonals. As no puppy. Oh, bees. Okay. Am I in the clear? Bees. So we did find bees already. I'm not in a position to do anything with them, but later on we're like, I want this because bees. We should be able to just run up there and make that happen. Alright. So you almost got into our body. Hate that I can see nothing. Okay, do I have all my stuff? Yes. That'll do. Meanwhile, what was the button to switch you out of my hand? There we go, it's X. Alright. So we got that. We can delete that point. Alright, so if we check here, I have a lake down there. I would hardly call that lake an ocean, but it is something to consider if I don't see better. So let's try and get out of this forest. Because the problem with the forest is that bear can roll up right on top of me. And I got zero chance to react. I believe Earthball was safe? No, Earthball is poisonous. Let's get out of the forest. I got lots of food on me. If it's not something that gives me a seed, we're just gonna roll on through. I thought I was jumping right into a hole when I couldn't see the bomb there. Oh, no puppy. No puppy. Okay. That's a bear over there. Let's not go that way. Having bees is such a game changer. Well worth it for the puppy scare. That's another bear over there. There's an entire herd of bear. What is this place? That's a boar. There was like 4 bears over there. That's a wolf. Okay, so we got a big open plain area. Can't tell that's a raccoon or a wolf I just saw over there. Probably a raccoon. Alright. Yep, so for right now we're just going to keep on going east. That's going to be my plan for the moment. Now eventually it does become a problem where I run far enough east that, you know, if I die, my stuff is so far away, it's not worth the recovery time anymore. Like, the ability to recover my stuff is easier than, like, the ability to recover my stuff is more of a inconvenience than just recollecting it. Now, one of the catches with that is all the seeds I'm finding. The food's not that big a deal. But all these seeds, like, these end up being a big thing later. Got a rabbit there. Got another forest. Try to circumvent the main part of the forest and just go around this edge up here. Okay, we're starting to get rained on. Okay. Then there's the eventual thing of running around. Oh, yeah, also the other reason I shouldn't take the trees. I don't have an axe. And I don't want to really put the time into making an axe as yet another inventory item to then start grabbing all trees. The trees will be nice, but the trees are really kind of like your next year's stuff. So you grab them the first year, you plant them, and they'll help you out next year. Still cool and worth having, but they're not part of the, like, initial priorities. Okay. Because then we can go ahead and plant just an army of the berry bushes. Have your whole, like, giant field of them. And that helps you for part of the year. And honestly, you can get enough of them with a proper cellar to store it. You can use the berry bushes to get you through the whole year, if you really want. They'd be a little obnoxious, though. Because you have to stay, like, really on top of them. Got more stone and all that. And then the other thing is we did find copper. We're also moving farther and farther and farther away from it. So it might not end up being very useful for us later. We'll see. Please stay stacked. I know you're trying to not stack because you're like, ah, but it'll expire faster. These ones are fresh berries and those ones are old. But I'd rather they just stack and save me inventory, and if they go, they go. Okay, so we got little bits of water here. We got a big body of water to the south. I think it's just another little lake, but we can take a peek at it at least. That's looking bigger than I thought. It might still be a lake, but... Okay, so I got the spare knife that I made in my hands. Now, there's definitely a desire when we're running around here to not be with a bunch of hills, not be in forested areas, at least not while we're in our initial survival stuff, just because of all the wildlife.
Boing.
Hi, pretty wifey.
You're a handsome puppy.
Aw. Probably not as handsome as I was. I got mauled by a bear.
Yeah, that does. Well, that can reduce the handsomeness level.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong with the doggies? They're bitey doggies. They go woof, 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 chomp, chomp, chomp. And they don't even ask consent first, which is really the biggest problem. Okay. Still not feeling ocean-esque here, but I am feeling relatively large body of water at least. I actually don't know how noticeable the ocean things are on it. Because my impression with the ocean is that it's just such a giant body of water that, you know, you're worth, like, taking sailboats around it, that kind of thing. Okay, so let's get over here. I mean, I think that's good. It's not what I would call an ocean. Unless someone who's played for a while can, like, really give me feedback of what I should be looking for. Because the idea is I want a big enough body of water, it makes sense for me to use boats. Not just as a, like, going from one side, but, like, actually genuinely to travel the map boats. And it could be that really, if I want to really do that, I need to go into the settings and be like, okay, instead of like 99 whatever percent, I don't know what the start was, you know, bump the thing up to like 70% water or some nonsense. Because I also don't know if, like, the Homo sapien things. This is a Minecraft mod? Nope. I want to say there's actually a command in the game specifically to have it, like, put in the corner, not Minecraft. This is its own standalone game. It did once upon a time start its life as a Minecraft mod, but it is what I jokingly refer to as calling it as, like, sweaty Minecraft. Like, the crafting is, like, extremely much more depth. Survival takes a lot more work. Like, you know, in Minecraft, you might... Okay. So it definitely doesn't feel ocean to me. So what are we thinking, chat? Do we keep searching? Like, or if someone knows, like, you know... Well, it's like PUBG. Oh, that it started as a mod, became its own thing? I actually don't know the history on PUBG. Those are poisonous mushrooms. So what I'm basically debating here, chat, is I got the two choices. I got one choice is we quickly do like a regeneration of the world real quick, and we bump that water up to like 50%. Like crank it up proper high. Give ourselves a proper ocean. Or two, if people just know the world generation now that it's been updated, like, I assume we just run around. Oh yeah, that's right. Arma, Daisy. Well, I didn't think PUBG came out of DayZ directly, like same devs and everything. I thought it was like inspired by. I could be very wrong on that because it's not something I paid that close attention to. I know Arma became DayZ. Like it was a mod and standalone DayZ was its thing. I thought PUBG was its own completely different thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. When I started to get there, it was like on the fence, but as we got to the bottom part, I'm like, okay. We got another lake down there. Because I'm under the impression that the oceans are supposed to be absolutely huge. But like I said, it could be that the standard mode got like all the world gen, you know, where they changed like how much water's on the world and all that. And maybe the Homo sapien modes did not. The problem is I don't know that off the top of my head, because I have not messed with it. Okay, I'm being chased by a boar, so let's not pull up our map right now. It'll gore me. Oh, I'm starving. Because I'm just full-on running right now. Yeah, that's... Oh, you're still on my tail. Okay. says Google says salt water is darker blue, so either explore farther or add water like you said. Gotcha. I guess my expectation is like, okay, but how hard is it to find the ocean? Which feels like a weird question to ask. Oceans will be low elevation? Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, so get back to just relatively heading east. That is a wolf who wants to eat my face. DayZ Battle Royale PUBG? Right, but for me the thing I was trying to more say is it's one thing to get the idea for a game from another game versus literally this was a mod for Minecraft and the same people then made it into a standalone game versus like Dota or not, yeah, things like Dota, you know, went through a similar thing where they were a mod who then became their standalone versus something inspired by, which is I'm not under the impression that PUBG and DayZ have the same devs. Again, I could be wrong. This is something I'm not sure about. It's just I didn't believe that was the case. But like 100% could be wrong. Ah, DayZ Battle Royale is the same thing. Gotcha. Cool. So yeah, so there's a direct tie. Cool. I admittedly don't know much about, you know, about the dev cycle or whatever. Not verified. Gotcha. Okay, we got wolves over there. Yeah, I'm trying to not really worry about food. There's some blue clay, we'll mark that. And just trying to, like, again, we're beelining it east. So that body of water is definitely not an ocean. There's another big body of water east of me. Alright, this is where we can run to a bear very easily. Or run into a wolf where we just, like, literally run into a wolf. Yeah, so rather than focus on picking up all those mushrooms and all that, I'm just trying to book it to see if we can't find the ocean. Okay, if I harvest the resin, it it adds it to my map. If I just give it a little tappy tap with the knife, it does not. That's fine. Okay, got more death cap. Okay, so that's just in our lake. Not worried about the quartz or anything like that right now. We will find plenty of that. Copper we definitely want to kind of go our way to mark. Okay. Alright, so we turn a little to the right, we should get out of the woods. Like, when we got a home base, all those mushrooms all want. Okay. Alright. And so Dean Hall made DayZ Brendan Green did indeed make the Daisy Battle Royale under the name Player Unknown, and then made Player Unknown Battlegrounds a complicated genealogy. Yeah. Okay, so we don't have anything immediately chasing me. So we've got a mount up there. We got another big body of water to our south. You know what we might even do here is if we don't find on this body of water to the south, I might start cutting west, but going way to the south, kind of west, south, southwest, that kind of thing, and slowly circle back. And the reason I'm thinking that is just so, you know, there's going to probably be more than one ocean on the entire map and all that. And I don't think it'd be worth it for us to run all the way, like, one direction endlessly. Yes, it's another big lake. But yeah, so we can run down here, and then we'll start working our way west, way to the south from where we've been going. And then the idea is to be shortening the distance from spawn to where we're at, because there's no real reason to search in any given place versus any other place. Plus, that way if I do die, which there's a good chance that'll happen at some stage here, when some bear rolls up on me and I don't see it till it's too late. When that does inevitably happen, if I'm relatively close to spawn, it's not as big a deal. But the farther and farther away, the more utterly abandoning my stuff and just recollecting becomes more and more the correct strategy. Alright. Like I said, I'll run to the far end of this big lake here. And then we'll start turning west. Doing a different run this run? Yes. We have started a brand new run. We are doing the Homo sapiens one, which means no drifters or ruins, but the animals are way more dangerous. And then things like the cold and all that are way more dangerous as well. And part of the motivation for that was also they've added oceans to the game, and I kind of want to go and mess with that. There was another pretty big body of water just east of us. I'm going to go check that real quick. Because that's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm watching for things of water and hopping between them real fast. Okay. Oh, we are starving because I'm not paying attention to my food. That's not going to get me over there. Can't see anything. It's always a tricky one on some of these parts. Well, actually, what we can do... Can I see their part of that water? That's a lot of water over there. We might get lucky and it might go down towards an ocean. I have no idea how the world gen works on this so far as, like, if you can do that, you're like, oh, I see a bunch of water moving in a direction. Maybe there's going to be an ocean at the end of it, if that's, like, a thing or not. Or if it is just, like, genuinely, it, you know, an ocean appears, there's not really a whole anything else to it. It's looking like we're going into more forested area, but probably, like, gravel forest. Okay. Once we don't see, like, another body of water to go check out right away, like I said, we'll start turning back around I'm gonna take a different route home, like back in the general direction of spawn, and then we can start checking one of the other cardinal directions. Okay, so let's hop on down here. Yeah, so also I'm looking for what the ocean's at in the game. I want to check that out. So my intent is to get to an ocean and either set up on or like directly next to or whatever the ocean. It's mostly because as far as like other new games coming out soon, we haven't had any of those for a little bit yet. But I got a couple that are dropping updates tomorrow. So like I know in the immediate future I'm going to do a stream or two of Planet Coaster 2. They got like a bunch of major updates have dropped over the last number of months that I have not checked out on the channel yet. And I do enjoy the game, even though, you know, like as of release, it had... So like that was one that I feel like got a little unfairly judged, that it had a lot going for it and maybe it certainly could have had more. But I do feel like it was a good release, generally speaking. Alright, so that's looking like a big old bus. You got a big flat area over there. I'll run south just a little bit here. Oh, it's a clam. Ooh, don't want to fall in that water. They'll put out my torch and we're running in the dark. I didn't keep the thing for lighting it because that's before I had my bags. So if it goes out, lighting will be a... like, not a huge problem, but a Oh, that is a wolf. Okay. Well, there we go. So we're just swimming in the dark. It's fine. What I'm gonna try to do is I see the ground is mostly to the flat to my east or west. You know, the other east. And for another vintage story run? Yeah, so realistically what'll probably happen with this is we'll do a stream of this, we'll have one or two streams of some other things that are dropping keys, and we'll be back to it. Alright. So, the problem here is I can see absolutely nothing. And I guess for right now we are just stuck waiting for the sun to rise, because I mean I could start running, but we actually haven't gone that far. Yeah, because we spawned here was the first spawn, and then we spawned down here. I'm gonna probably actually mark that. Spawn there. Our spawn is like literally right here. Because that could give me an idea of where spawn actually is, so far as like the center point. Yeah, so I'll probably start heading southwest. Maybe work our way around. But that's gonna have to wait till it's daytime, because I can't even go by silhouette. It's just black. Okay, so there's grass there. If I can make out a tree... I might be able to get a pair of sticks. There's something mildly obstructing me in front. That's heading towards woods. I definitely don't want to walk in the woods in the dark where I can literally not see. I was really hoping we'd get lucky. Oh, oh. Come on. Got a couple of birch leaves there. More grass. Oh, we're up against a pine tree. Has two branchy ones. So somewhere down... Oh, there we go. So let's get back over here real fast. What I want to do now... Oh, accident. Accidentally picking it up. Aha! We have light! Okay. So now that that crisis is averted, I'm going to start working my way probably south by southwest this way. Okay. Oh, it's a tiny little pool of water. I was trying to figure out what that was. Alright. It looks like we got some less awful terrain up here. We got a little bit of woods. Let's be careful here. I can't see very far, and there'd be bears in the wood. Okay. Nothing behind me. Alright. Yeah, so we got a bunch of like little lakes down there. Actually, the way I can hold my heading is let's pin the last spawn point we had there. And I know just relatively head in the direction of spawn. Because then we can start going from that area, and maybe I'll cut straight south at that point. so it's just barely starting to brighten up a little bit. But it shouldn't be too much longer until I can actually put away the torch. Okay, so we got a bunch of pools of water. Okay, so we got a chunk of olivine. Eat these real fast to make some more inventory space. So you got olivine. Okay, we're fine. You run on those hills, you're like, I really hope there's ground beneath me. Because I'm already over the edge where I'm in air. There's no changing my direction now. We're going for this drop. We have fully jumped feet first onto Mr. Toad's wild ride. I don't really care about the actual unit of quartz, but we got it marked for later. Alright. Okay, so we got a couple big bodies of water. The one that looks the most promising is the one straight south. It might just be in our big lake, but we have only one way to find out. Eat a bunch of blueberries. So I can put that in my hand so we don't use as much food. Alright, I'm really hoping we find a big body of water soon. Because like I said, I'm on the impression that the oceans in this game are absolutely huge. Alright. Okay, so that's just another big lake. Oh, we're gonna start turning back towards spawn. That's not what we're looking for. And I'm running past some of these berry bushes. I'm actually getting a little concerned we're gonna run out of room to actually fit the berry bushes themselves. Yeah, so there's nothing more there. So like I said, we'll just keep running along here. Okay, so we got a tiny bit of native copper. Let's chuck the sticks on the ground. I can find those in a lot of places. Okay, so got ourselves a little bit of copper. There's another spot we could potentially find it. And what would you say our cutoff should be before we go, you know what, let's change the world gen? Like, that's my thought, because, like I said, I haven't played with these settings yet. But, you know, if it ends up being, like, we're still looking for it in 2 hours, then clearly we gotta change something. Like, I don't feel we're definitely at that thing. The world is huge. I probably should have looked up beforehand, like, you know, how much area, like, what I should expect, like, that kind of thing. Toss a regular quartz chunk on the ground. I'm gonna find no shortage of that over time. We spent way too long looking for water. We're looking for a big buy of water and not putting any effort into actually making anything. We're definitely not going to be in a great place when we actually do need those things. So that's carrots. It'd be lovely to get some carrot seeds. Alright. Okay, we don't have rye. Yeah, the field mushrooms are also safe, but highly fertile soil. Okay. I'm glad we got that marked. We'll definitely want to come back for that. Right now, I don't want to make the shoveling go through a big hassle, especially if we end up dying and have to abandon stuff. Like, right now, the big loss would be the seeds and the bushes. If I, like, died and I couldn't reasonably get to recover my stuff. But, like, highly fertile soil, that's a bit trickier. Yeah, it's forest floor. We don't care about that. We got sandstone stone over here. Not super worried about that. Don't gore me, boar. Don't maul me, wolf. I don't love this, just a straight-on run. I think I'm faster, but I don't know, because I don't normally play on these settings. Okay. So cranberry bushes. Yeah, I got room for one more cranberry bush. Oh, you're just sleeping. That's fine. That's fair. Ew, why are there gunshots in Rual's Vintage Story? Oh, right, I'm playing RimWorld. Yup. Yup. Mark the peat. I'm gonna go to this spawn point, and then we'll turn south. Alright. Let's got a female alpha thrombo now. Certainly going to be doing a long run. Oh yeah, I know how that goes. Like, you get that really good side, you're like, alright, we're just going to go and take this wherever it goes. Okay, so we got this giant mountain thing going on over here. I definitely don't want to fuss with trying to get past that if I don't have to. Okay, that'll be the last cranberry bush. And my inventory is full as far as cranberry bushes go. I don't want to empty out a bunch of space for those. For right now, eat some berries. Yeah, so it's looking like going to the south is probably not going to happen. That kind of terrain is super obnoxious to cross and super slow to cross. So if I did go that way, it'd just take me forever to, like, go across, and I don't think the world gen's going to be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, when you're going to load an ocean, make sure you put a mountain in the way of the ocean or something like that. Just happens to be where this biome is. We're getting pretty close to spawn over here. There's some more peat. Because I also don't want to reset, you know, to adjust the spawns anyways. Because we've already found ourselves, like, highly fertile soil and a whole bunch of stuff. And it's like, okay, well, these are all good. Okay, big body of water over here. Maybe not full-on ocean, but at least a major lake. Like I said, if we go over here and I don't see what we're looking for. Alright, so here. Right now, get the olivine out of there. Okay. Yeah, so it's another big lake. Maybe we'll say when we get to nighttime this in-game day, maybe that's when we call it, and we try just fussing with the world gen and just cranking up the water to be really high. Like, again, like 50% or something like that. Yeah, because at this point, there's definitely not an ocean between me and there. Alright. Mark the peat. And luckily the ground's flat here, so we could just book it and make some distance. At the moment, I'm just trying to go south as far as we can. Then we hit some type of terrain that's either hard to traverse or, you know, otherwise dangerous. I can assess if I want to try and go a little bit farther east or farther west, depending on what the terrain looks like. Meanwhile, let's put you... It doesn't matter where you go. Let's go up to the other side of these hills, and then maybe we'll take a peek and see what we can see. Alright. Nothing that screams any type of meaningful anything. What did I just hear? I think maybe a chicken or something just got murdered. Okay. I will say we're getting plenty of seeds. which is not something to ignore as far as like, you know, how much time I want to commit. If I'm getting enough seeds, then if it takes me a little longer to find it, we have the opportunity to put those seeds to use. Now, granted, the big problem is you don't get a whole lot of time to start growing stuff before you have to start worrying about things cooling off, where fall and winter are going to roll in. And then when that happens, you know, your grow season comes to an end, and that's just it. Bear? Big old bear? Gonna go ahead and turn this way for no discernible reason. Don't worry about it. I don't think we aggroed the bear. Let's keep running to try and get to the other side of this forest. Think that's another bear over there? Either that or just a block I'm seeing at a weird angle. It's just a block. Okay. So, we got another big lake here. Right ahead looks like another mountain. It looks like a bunch of mountains down that way too, so it's not looking like we're going to be able to get anything south of here. So let's start turning a little bit, and start turning that way a bit more. Because trying to cross some big mountain range isn't going to do me any good. Especially considering we'll start climbing up and probably freeze to death. Try and cut over this way as much as possible. Okay. It'd also be interesting with the world gen if we bump it up to like 50% or so. I imagine you'd be able to traverse almost the entire world by boat. It'd be like Valheim, where you'd have like continents or whatever among the water, assuming it's got that kind of distribution. I've never messed with turning the water generation up. It was like an equal distribution, which would be a real bummer. It just means everything will be like wetlands, where it's just tiny little lakes and pockets and ponds everywhere. I imagine that's not the case. I imagine it does tend to want to make it into like big bodies of water and lakes and oceans and that kind of thing. You know, and then on the reverse have the land be kind of continents, peninsulas, that kind of thing as well. Okay. Keep cutting to the east. Unfortunately, this is all forest here, which means wolves and bears. Alright, hoping we can get some high ground for just a minute. Okay. So he just ran off. Alright. So we got some flatlands down southwest. So we get down to the southwest. We can get ourselves out of the forest. And then we should be able to make a bunch of distance. Hopefully find something of interest. We also located bees already, and that's without running any mods related to like making the bees louder or, you know, prompts or anything on the screen. So that worked out really well that I got close to that tree, happened to notice the bees, and then marked them on the map. What the heck are you, Devil's Tooth? I mean, that certainly sounds like something I shouldn't eat. Okay. Just gonna eat our big pile of berries real fast. And we angered a puppy. There's some red clay we'll mark in the run by as we anger another puppy. Okay. Need to stop getting stuck in things when we just aggroed wolves a moment ago. Oh, there's another spot of red clay over there. Got that marked. It looks like we're in the all clear from the wolves right now. Got 2 small bodies of water here. How do you keep the animals from despawning? You put an oil lamp in their barn, left for like 3 days to find some chalk, came back and they're gone. Almost uninstalled the game with unbridled rage. I honestly can't answer that question. I've not run into that, but I've also not done nearly as much with the animals, just because it seemed like the effort involved in getting animals sorted out, like, I just didn't, you know, I didn't see the value in doing it paired to other things. Like, granted, it is a way to get, like, fat and leather and all that without having to hunt constantly, which is entirely solid and fair. But it just seemed like they were a lot of work. Are you coming after me, or are we cool? I think we're cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this lake is... Yeah, gotcha. And Sandler's saying that it was just enough for you to put, like, lights and all that. Yeah, no, I don't know. I haven't run into that. Unfortunately, I can't answer your question. Admittedly, part of that's from not doing much with animals, and what little I did, I just didn't run into problems. Well, that's not helpful. There. I'll go the whole way around. So got this body of water up here. It's looking like just another lake. Alright. Got a little fox, that's fine. Yeah, so it's looking like it's probably just another big lake. Yeah, so it's a big lake here. We're seeing lots of these big lakes, but we're looking for, like, an ocean kind of thing, because that's supposed to be one of the new additions on this World Gen. It's just getting, like, full on. This is a giant body of water that crosses multiple biome size body of water. So you can, like, hop on the ocean, and, you know, this area might lead to a biome that's, like, more boreal, and that one will be, like, more temperate or whatever. You get the idea. Like, you might have a sandy biome over on one side. So as you go to collect materials, you have a reason to, like, hop on your boat and sail your boat from one part to the other versus just trekking across the ground everywhere. I know there's a lot of people also add mods for, like, rivers and that. I've heard that that's when you gotta customize a lot, that, like, the default settings are a bit much. But yeah, no, it's, I don't know. Unfortunately. Oh, this is probably us dead here. I'm surprised they didn't both hit me right then. They still are probably right on my tail. I'm trying not to accidentally have to climb directly up a hill where I have to stop every tile to move. That's a cool red-leafed tree. Okay. I'm not sure exactly where these bees are, but there's bees here. I think they might have been just up that tree near the top. Okay. Wait. Because on the other hand, like, it'd be nice with this one having slate right there. I would like to make slate roof. I like the slate roof. The slate roof looks good. It's an easy roof to build too. You just get a bunch of slate. Let's see, what is your technique for finding resources like clay or salt? You just ran around randomly and hope you got lucky. So I'm gonna need you to not steal my strategy, because I definitely was the first one to come up with a strategy of running around randomly without any rhyme or reason or direction and just be like, ooh, something interesting, let me mark it. Because that's honestly the way I find most of the stuff. Very genuinely, I don't think there's a good, like, oh, hey, you know, go to this biome to find that or whatever. So it is just kind of running around and just getting time spent just kind of watching. See, like right there, red clay. All you gotta do is run around, because right now we've got red clay marked here, there. You got blue clay over here. I've got high fertility soil over there. And we haven't changed the world gen to like increase the odds of any of these things or have any mods doing any type of work with any of that. My amazing how I found lime strategy is to run around a lot, find nothing, decide that I want borax and stel, and then find limestone below a borax vein. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things you run around randomly and don't, like, it's almost like you don't want to be looking for any specific one thing. Like, you just run around and just work on whatever you can work on. And then sooner or later, you're going to come across each and every resource in some capacity or another. It's the same reason why, like, when I'm prospecting, I don't kind of go out of my way to be like, I'm specifically going to be prospecting for copper or whatever. I kind of just start making a grid. So I can kind of know what ore is in what areas entirely. And then when I'm hurting for something, I might pop back in and go, okay, you know, with my grid, let's, you know, do the search by whatever. And then hopefully I've already located some. And sometimes I had, sometimes I haven't. If I haven't, I just work on other things and continue to make it a point to grid out farther. Okay, so like a big open area. A bunch of water to the west. Doesn't look like it's going to be like one giant body of water. Okay, we got a bear over there, so let's try to avoid the bear. We'll observe the fact that we're actively starving right now, so let's eat a big stack of berries. Okay, pretty soon our knife is gonna break. Yeah, so I mean, it's a pretty big body of water. I'm still betting it's just another lake. Let's move to at least reveal it. Just in the off chance it's an edge of a, you know, giant body of water. Like an outcropping. We don't particularly have a reason to be searching one direction versus another. Right, so I've got some flint. So before it's too dark for me to see what I'm doing, because we're about to break this knife. Make yourselves another knife blade. Cool. Oh, that's a bear. Mark the peat. Let's assume the bear's still on me. It is! I should not have looked back. That tree may have got me killed. Come on, bear man. We can be buds. We can be pals. We can be broskies. No one needs to be mauled horrifically today. That was not the turn I should have taken. Okay, I think I'm clear. Alright, yeah, it still looks like it might just be lakes. But that will take me out of the forest, so at least I can see a bit farther. Alright. And like I said, it'd be a bummer to give up all the things we found. But if we don't find a big body of water relatively soon, I do think we will pop back out, change the world gen, really ramp up the water, and just go with that. Yeah, those are just lakes as well. Because we've revealed all of this, all of that, and no signs of any particularly large bodies of water. Like I said, I think when we get to the point of it being properly dark, maybe we do that. We could also have someone, if one of the mods could put up a poll like regen world or keep looking, we could do that as it gets dark, and then we just whichever way the poll goes. Ow! Angry piggy. Angry piggy do big stab. So much forest. I need to not fall in the water. More bees. Man, how long I searched for bees in the last playthrough, and we've already got 3 separate places we found bees. Okay, we found some more copper. That's our 3rd spot we found as copper. like get out of the woods. Okay. No immediate signs of some chasing. Another big lake to the south. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put the poll up and let you all decide. Because there might be people who knows about the world gen more than I do who could do that. Do we change world gen? No, keep looking. Add more water. New world. Alright. So we got a poll going on. And that's just because we're trying to find an ocean. Because I want to be based off of like the ocean, because that's the new thing with the world gen and all that. And I don't know if the Homo sapiens start just doesn't have it set up for that. But basically the poll we got going on is, one, is I could just keep looking the way we have been. Or two, we can be like, alright, let's just mulligan this whole thing. I know we've put in a couple hours now, but mulligan this whole thing and just massively boost the amount of water in the world. We're talking like 50%. I don't care, have fun. Well, I mean, in that case, you just wouldn't vote. You are indifferent. Because you can abstain from votes. Like, don't get me wrong, we found some really cool stuff in this so far. But we're also on, like, our third in-game day or something, and I haven't so much as built a door yet. We've only made knives and picked up lots and lots of seeds. I'm also kind of low-key hoping that by the time that poll finishes, because, you know, it's just the way it works, that the moment you give up on things, you get what you're looking for. And I'm just waiting for that to happen. That, like, the moment I'm like, okay, you know, we're gonna go ahead and do the world gen, like, the moment that vote finishes, I'll come across an ocean. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because, like, it's one thing for, stuff like copper and all that. I don't mind looking for that because you know it's in your world. But since I didn't look up everything in advance anyways, I have no idea how the world gen works with the Homo sapiens so far as that, if it's different, what the odds are of an ocean, and yada yada yada. You can get a seeded world with an ocean. I mean, if the seeded world has like a perfectly normal gen, that doesn't bother me one way or the other. I wouldn't look at the whole seed to be like, oh, here's where I can find the copper and all that. It'd be one of those things you pull up the seed and be like, what direction's the ocean? Cool. Okay, let's keep running. Yeah, so far it's leaning entirely universally towards regenning the world. Which makes sense considering how long I've been running and not finding an ocean. But let the vote play out before I do anything one way or the other. Just in case me mentioning it gets a whole bunch of people like, no, we want you to see you play this one through. Because otherwise, you're just going to watch me run around till I find it. And then I guess, then the question will be, when we update the world gen, what percentage of water do we want to set it to? My thought is going, like, really over the top with it, going like 50%, 50, which should make finding an ocean pretty easy, considering half the world will be water. That's probably way more water than I really should, because my luck is all of the important materials will keep spawning underneath the ocean, which, you know, will be somewhat complicated to deal with. But, you know, that would be its own interesting problem to navigate. just getting pickaxes, having a tunnel system under the ocean, seeking out all the materials. Okay. Which will be very fun to watch. Yeah, no, it'd be just a thing of like digging underneath our home, making like an entire mine system, and then just having to like dig in a direction and like, you know, every mini map's worth of space doing a round of prospecting. Probably make some type of fast navigation for underneath there. Alright, literally not a single person voted for us to stay on the map. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I will save and leave this map just in the off chance that we decide to return. So we're going to go ahead and do single player, create new world. We'll go with the Homo sapien start, customize. Yeah, so survival, infinite lives. We'll keep it mostly on the same thing. Grace timer, drop the inventory. I boost that because Homo sapiens makes it a really large thing. Alright, so survival challenges. Yeah, yep, keep all that stuff. We will be taking this and changing that down to just sand and gravel. Just because the dirt, you get weird stuff that makes it hard to build things. We got true winter, lower health, aggressive animals. They have the bonuses to speed and attack and everything, which is what makes it. We want the map and the yeah, the world map. Hey, Panzer. Yeah, we're just doing like a reset real fast because of world generation. Coordinate overlay. That just shows the coordinates. We are going to allow the main map. I thought there was like a mini map on and off. That might be in our tab. World generation, land cover, 50%. Determines how much ocean will be between pieces of land. Gotcha. I think that's fine. So I think that'll be good. Everything else, we can leave it just as sweaty and try hard as possible. I thought the minimap was a separate setting. I could be just misremembering. It's fine. I think we're good. Yep, so it's all that. So we'll apply all this. Double, like, one last check. Survival mode, infinite lives, the wider spawn area, inventory drops, extended how long it drops for, no changes the time. We can have block gravity on sand and gravel. We do have fire spread and falling blocks. You can transport liquid with buckets. Oh no, prevent liquid transport. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. That'll just be annoying. Again, like the more dangerous animals, the more hardcore temperatures and all that. The disabled pick radius thing, that one's gonna be real rough. That one might end up getting changed. Yeah, I think we're good. We'll put the coordinates on there just in case someone decides to use the seed or whatever. Yeah. Crabes. Apply. And oceans on stream. I don't know. Create world. All right, so hopefully that'll go better. So I do apologize about like that. While it's loading, I'm gonna grab myself a new thing of soda, so I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, you actually started this game again, thanks to you. Yep. You like good dirt? Maybe a little too much. Yeah, no, it's the thing worth going after. So we'll go here. We'll do the accordion again. Oh, not the accordion. Which one do we have? It doesn't really matter. Uh, That's fine. We just won't get hurt ever, so we don't have to ever listen to it. Alright, so we got all that. That's fine. Oh, show dress versus not dress. Yeah, it's fine. So once again, we do not want to put up with this not messy hair. We want to make sure our hair is extra, extra horrible. That's just the way I prefer it. We want as much facial hair as possible. Where's the shaggy full? Alright, and we don't do anything with that, so that's good here. And we keep the commoner class. Okay, so the world is generating right now. So we did set it to be 50% water. They're letting it generate the world around us for a minute. So we got shale here. I don't care about shale. Oh, and before we move too far... Yeah, we did start another world a little bit earlier, but we weren't finding ocean. Okay, so it's loaded what's there. So same strategy as last time. I'm going to start booking it east. Okay. We'll make ourselves a knife right away. It could also be that there's like a lot of games with their world gen will make it a big point that where you spawn in, there's a certain radius around you that certain things can't be. Or that, you know, certain things only show up a certain distance away from spawn, that kind of thing. And I could 100% being a thing like, okay, you cannot spawn on a mountain, you cannot spawn in an ocean, that kind of thing. So I could see it fussing with the world gen to prevent that kind of thing. Because it'd suck to, like, spawn in and you happen to spawn in the one specific spot. Okay, we're 2 seconds in, I found borax. Cool, I'm not upset about that at all. Alright. But step 1, find an ocean. Streamer luck activate. Yeah. Well, I mean, you probably noticed like that last one we actually did find a lot of goods. Generally speaking, whether I'm on stream or not, I tend to have pretty good luck of finding goods just in general. Most of the time. Like, once in a while I have one thing that's causing me like a particular amount of grief that I'm just not finding one specific material. But I remember people talking about being like, "Aw, man, you know, I have such difficulty finding fire clay." And then in that run, I was like, man, I got like 4 sources of fire clay, clay I found. Hey, Dread, how's it going? And then like other runs, I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, I found like limestone. That was the one I had the biggest problem with locating on the run on stream that we did, was finding a source of lime. Like we went a while before we found that. And bees. Bees is another one we took a long time to locate a source of bees. Before we go in the woods too far. Yes, there's still no sign of ocean. Honestly, we're seeing way less water this time than I saw the last one, but we're still near spawn. Dryad saddle. Can I eat you? Yes. You got more of it? Nope. And one thing you need to remember to do is once you find a body of water with some reeds, fun fact, bees only exist after you kill the tree they spawned in and drop all the honeycombs. I mean, we found several instances of bees without cutting a single tree down the entire time. That last world, we had 3 separate sets of bees we found. Yeah. Notice one of those things that, like, bees are ridiculously hard to come by sometimes. I think they bumped up, aka destroying them in the wild. Yeah, no, I gotcha. We were just like, I collected this material. Oh crap. I did that on an off-stream play that I started. It was like the second tree I cut down had a beehive I destroyed on accident in it. I was pretty upset about that because that was right around the time I had been doing the stream of it, and like we had just started getting the bees up and running, so I kind of figured out like how hard bees are to get a hold of sometimes. So I was pretty salty that I had a run there that I would have almost immediately had access to bees, which granted wouldn't have been useful right away, but having that locked in where I knew where to secure them and everything would have been great for when we got to the point I was ready for them. Let me remove these leaves so I can find the hive better. Ah, no. Yeah, no, that's a whole experience. So we're going through these really fast to get my baskets. Yeah, no, the big thing, Darks, is one, when you're streaming, keep in mind you're also being distracted, and two, the sound is really, really quiet in the past. I think they made the sound louder, because I definitely remember struggling to hear the bees. I'm like, do I hear bees? Like, it doing that a lot the first time. And then this time, it's like, I would walk in and be like a tree away from it. It's like, oh, I hear bees. So I think with the amount of people who complained about how quiet the bees were, I think they buffed the sound at some stage. To a point, there are multiple mods that are like, I make the bees louder, or add subtitles, or, you know, graphics or whatever. Like, with the way I heard them today earlier so far, I would not feel a need to get the mods at all. But I definitely know after my first playthrough, I genuinely was like, these are not reasonably loud enough. So like I said, I think they buffed the volume on the bees. They might have also buffed the spawn rate, because it did seem like I found a lot more beehive areas much faster that way too. Because I know on the first one, I guess the problem is with people who usually play with music. I mean, I've been using the exact same music we have now, the in-game music, and I haven't like cranked up the volume or anything. Like I said, my guess of what happened is there's been a lot of complaints about the volume historically. And my guess what happened is with all the complaints that at some point they upped the volume. Because it did seem way louder than I remembered it being previously. So chuck all this stuff in the bag. Keep the actual food in my hands. Alright, so we wanted to do that. That'd be my guess, at least. Because it definitely seemed louder than I remember it last time. And the game doesn't seem particularly loud. So I think they just rebalanced the audio, which is probably good for something that important. Yeah, because I have noticed the, there's like 3 bee mods, and I had one of them loaded previously, because I had waited till I had found beads on my own. What's your plan for this playthrough? So we are doing a Homo sapiens one, with a couple little minor tweaks to the settings. Okay, do I want to make the axe? I think I want to make the axe this time. You're soft, aren't you, Shale? Yeah. So I want to find a piece of flint, because there's 2 trees right here. So I need to find a little bit of loose flint. I'm gonna make a quick axe to knock that down. But yeah, so we're doing the Homo sapiens, so it's gonna be around survival. For those who don't know the difference between Homo sapiens and the normal mode, is the cold affects you more. The animals, they're like twice as fast, and they're about 1.5 times as strong, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So generally speaking, the animals are just a bit more dangerous. And all that kind of stuff. You don't have nearly as much of the, stuff like copper and that. You won't see it on the surface nearly as often. It's got a much more reduced rate of appearing on the surface. By default, the prospecting... Well, there's red clay. That's good. By default, the prospecting pick doesn't work for, like nearby detection. So it'll detect, like, saying, hey, this area is 20% chance of copper. But it won't do the thing where it's like, oh, there's a lot of copper nearby. So you kind of know what general regions you should be checking, but not exactly... Like, you can't do, like, the hot-cold thing. That's one setting I'm a little torn on. We'll run without it for a while, and if it ends up being something that's like, oh, I'm just spending hours and hours and hours not finding things, and that, you know, people get kind of like, hey, I'd rather you just make something happen. Alright, so we got some water southeast. But I also, like, I turned on the world map, which is not normally a thing in Homo sapiens, because that, for, like, streaming reasons... definitely is something I found in the past. You get a lot of questions about stuff, and you want to show people things on the map and that kind of stuff. And if that setting's turned off, obviously you don't have it. Oh, bear. 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 Bear, bear, bear. Luck is busy with the raccoon, so hopefully maybe it's gonna just stay mauling the raccoon and not turn to maul me. It's already got its snack. Maybe it'll skip on the meal. Okay, so the bear did not chase me. It was busy chasing something else, fortunately. Yeah, it's not very satisfying to tell people. It's like, yeah, no, exactly. It's like, oh yeah, I saw a cool thing. Well, can you show me? No. Can you show me where I can find it? Also, no. So needless to say, it's not looking very encouraging that we're gonna find an ocean immediately, you know, in this direction, considering there's a big freaking mountain there. Ah, okay. Got jump scared by starvation. I just know we saw a bear a minute ago, and then we took damage, and there was just a moment being like, why am I dying? Oh right, you have to eat. I've honestly not been finding much in the way of berry bushes and all that yet this playthrough. Versus the other map, we found a bunch pretty early. Okay. Is this just more shale over here? Yeah, I'm betting if we run over here, we'll find that there's like a whole big mountain range. And if so, then we'll kind of turn to the south. try and you know, go around the mountain range versus like into it / through it, because it'd be too hard to navigate and we'll probably freeze to death on the tops of it. Yeah, so you got a whole big mountain range there. So we're gonna turn basically directly south. And just try and work our way around it. Let's see, when turning off your map after losing your home for like the 3rd time, you realize it might not have been the best. Yeah, no, that's like I messed with running like the Homo sapien settings like at their default off stream at one point. And the way I was making it work is when I would spawn, I kind of found myself a landmark. Like I think there was like a big mountain not too far, and I started building. Oh, that bear definitely aggroed me. That's another bear. Waiting for it. Oh, don't get me killed, tree, please. But what I ended up doing with it, oh, there's so good seeds there, but I don't want to get mauled by a bear if I don't need to. Yeah, those seeds are gone. There's another bear down there. You're still, like, right on my butt. Go away, bear. I missed, like, multiple rounds of spelt and everything over there. Because the bear's got no chill. No. I don't want it. Okay. The bear's no longer on my butt. Anyways, let's assess where we're at and what's going on. No obvious ocean here. We're still not that far east yet. We can go to you. Oh, we'll need to do this again. But yeah, no, as well as things, like I said, I found like a big mountain that was kind of in the general spawn area. And I just basically started carving a road in like both directions to where I think there's like a relatively large lake. And so I was building my base on the lake, and I was just making a point to put a lot of time into just taking this road and taking it like right along one side of the mountain to like the east-west, or like the north-south, and going like hundreds of tiles and then east-west. I eventually like gave up in doing that, but it did actually make it so I could relatively find my way back, because I knew I was within, you know, several thousand tiles of the mountain. And so I kind of just run around looking for the mountain, and then the moment I spot the mountain, I could just find the road. So here's hoping we find this ocean really fast. Because we are at 50% water coverage. About to hit our first night. Oh, do I not have another stick? Okay. So we're gonna need like 3 or 4 grass. Need a couple of sticks. there's some berries. Yeah, so that way it's looking like we're talking more and more just mountainy terrain. We'll need 3 sticks, 1 for the torch handle, and then 2 for the thing for lighting the torch. Alright. So we got our torch. Thing for lighting the torch. Spare stick right now is fine. Okay, so we got that set. Alright, so it's not actually that big of a mountain range. Yeah, so I figure we keep going east for a little bit, just in case it's a distance kind of mechanic. Silver bits. Alright. So I found some borax, and we found some silver already. I'm gonna eat this mushroom. Give me the space in my inventory. I don't remember even finding hardly any silver the first time we played. Oh, and there's some copper. This is apparently the place to come for ore. Take my chances chucking that in the ground. Yeah, so that's definitely a place to come back to where we got multiple ores right there. You already been here? No. This is a brand new run. Alright, so we got a bunch of water southeast. Not enough to see if it's even like a big lake, let alone an ocean. But it is water. Which is infinitely more water than not water. No, I'm using a, one of the only mods I'm using is one where if I go and I walk up and I start mining some copper or mining some quartz, the moment I start hitting it, it will mark it. I use that one because that's how I was playing before I used the mods. I would go up and I'd mark the thing and then go to the next one and mark the thing. And so it definitely got to the point where I was like, you know what, I just don't want to keep typing this in. Okay, we got a decent-sized lake. So that's the first real body of water we got going on here. Is it short to mark everything? Yeah, and I did that for a good while. I think we were getting kind of started on iron. Like we had a little bit of iron, but we hadn't really like properly gotten into it. When I finally did add that mod, because it's just like I'm really tired of marking everything. Okay, we got some red clay here. But that's the reason you'll see me, like, when I find red clay like this, you'll see me just kind of, like, turn and give it a punch. It's me, I've seen the red clay, and that's just me marking it on the map. Alright. Got some sand area over there that might be a bit easier to navigate than these hills. It's more forest floor. Hey, Selford Cell. Thanks so much for the raid. I do hope you had a good stream and everything. Don't mind me, I'm actively running from a wolf right now, so that's gonna be a whole thing. Sal had to run, Mir got out. Ha. Gotcha. Well, I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff, and if Sal had to like raid and run, that's totally fine. I totally understand all that stuff. But welcome in, raiders. Oh no, she has men coming around. But check out Sal for Sal playing some Nova Roma. So I hope you had a good time. I haven't played Nova Roma yet. I've heard good things. But definitely check out Sal for Sal. Really good content creator. Does a lot of similar stuff to what we do here. Does like lots of oxygen not included, surviving Mars. Has done like going medieval. You get the idea. Like that whole slice and flavor and all that of games out there. And we do that a lot here. So definitely if you enjoy the content here, you'll probably like it over there. Which means, of course, the inverse is also likely true. That if you like Salford Sal stuff, there's a good chance you like what we got going on here. Alright, so there's more water up this way. But today, have you seen Dave? Oh, the big spooky whatever thing? When, like, the temporal storm's going on? Or... Like, for the record, this isn't my first time playing the game. I did play the game all the way up through, like, steel production once before. And saw, like, a bunch of different things. The first Vintage Story stream you saw was her. Gotcha. Oop. Got ourselves a little bit of resin. I mostly care about actually marking the resin on the map than actually having the resin. I'm not going to be able to use it for a hot minute. But it'll be good to have that marked for when I do need it. Ow. Gravity. But, with the... Oh, the giant Pokemon that's in the background? Yeah, for the record, we're doing a Homo sapiens run right now. Slightly modded change. But we did see that, like, the last time. So what that does mean is the drifters and all that aren't here. Instead, the animals are way more dangerous. So, like, the animals are faster, do more damage, take more damage, yada yada. You get the idea. And as well as some of your survival stuff, like the temperatures are rougher on you, that kind of thing. But it does get rid of the drifters, which are like the random spooky enemies. Yeah, it's still not an ocean. But part of the reason we're back is with one of the more recent updates, they added oceans to the game. So instead of like little lakes, you've got full multiple biomes spanning bodies of water. And then you got like sailboats and all that kind of stuff. And I want to do a little bit of that. Because that sounds like fun. It sounds more interesting to navigate the world where I can get my big old boat, load up a bunch of junk on it, and then take that across. Okay, so that's just in our lake. That's just in our lake. And we took the world generation. Okay, mark that quartz. We took the world generation and we bumped it up to 50% water. So I'm surprised we haven't found any yet. And there's more copper we found. That's the second place of copper we found in this general area, so that's pretty good. So we already know where I can find silver and 2 separate locations of copper. I wonder if you could build up a ship base. Do you mean like a base that you can sail out to? Or do you mean a base made out of ships, or like a base you can move on ships? Because I don't believe you can make a mobile base. But I do believe you would be able to... I do believe you'll be able to just go out into the ocean and then start building a base in the middle of the ocean that you'd have to sail to and from. Oh, so our inventory's full. We'll go ahead and eat these berries for now, because they won't give me much nutrition. That gives me a little bit of room for those mushrooms. Okay, and that's full. For right now, I'll throw the stick on the ground and grab the berries. I'll throw the borax on the ground. Actually, take that back. The 2 units of firewood on the ground. Where are the green blobs? Oh, the bushes I cut down? Alright, so let's keep going east. Because that's my current plan for right now, is we're going to keep going east for about a day or something like that. If I find the ocean, great. If not, I'm going to like take a 90-degree turn to the right. And then just start working our way down to the south. If we don't find it there, we'll go for about a day, we turn right. I think that's the way I'm going to take it. Because I don't know how far away the ocean can spawn, all that kind of stuff. We get caught by a moose or a bear here, I'm just straight up dead. Alright, this is a big lake. We got some, like, wetlands over here to the right. Yeah, so vaguely cut south. Never mind. May I ask a noob question? You may. Alright. And because we are on... what is it? Because we're on Homo sapien, it is a thing that, generally speaking, you don't get very long, like, you have a pretty big spawn radius and all that. I'm not going to fuss with trying to get our bag back, I don't think. It's got our, it's got a bunch of random things, but even then we didn't have that many bushes or whatever on it. What I need to find, though, is I need to find a couple instances of flint and some sticks, or not necessarily flint. Oh no, it's gonna be flint because we're on shale and I can't make stuff out of that. I need another unit of flint. I'll go recover my stuff. When you hunt an animal like a wolf, after recovering the pelt or so on, the bones are left behind like a carcass. Yep. The question is, does the carcass prevent wolves from spawning if you leave it? Ooh, I don't know. Generally speaking, I want to say the wolves and all that, from what I recall, they spawn at season change. And I could be wrong about that. I'm not an expert on the game in anything. This is going badly because I'm fast. Running out of light. I have not seen another piece of flint. Nor have I found sticks. Hey, Penny Meowie. I do appreciate that. Yep, and thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. It means a heck of a lot. So we're in trouble here. Because it's getting proper dark. I have not found a piece of flint or a branch. And it's going to be real dark to a point I won't be able to see literally anything. For those who don't know, Penny Meow, absolutely fantastic. Playing some Storge Hunter Simulator recently. So definitely recommend checking them out. That was a clever message for 5 minutes, but your brain isn't active. I know that feeling. I do that plenty. Yep, so we're just going to be running in the dark, missing at everything around us. How far away are we from our body? Yeah, so I'll sit here on the lower. I'll vaguely work in that direction. Oh, is it brightening up? This might be manageable. I think it's brightening up because of full moon night. Come on, I need 2 more branches. Okay, so got the branches. Now what I'm going to need is 1 more unit of flint. Thank you, Moon. You made this at least possible. Yep, and Fractal does sponsor the channel. For those that don't know who Fractal is, they do a lot of like computer cases, computer chairs, headsets, all that stuff. Kind of a premium brand in the sense that they try to be like the absolute best in whatever category of stuff they're making. So they're not there to give you like a whole lot of like, you know, gamer branded RGB whatever. They do have some stuff that's got RGB, but a lot of it is much like more like kind of clean aesthetic. But they do try and have like the highest quality of each thing you get, which is part of why I like the brand so much. I've been using Fractal since long before they sponsored channel or I started streaming. My last like 4 or 5 cases have been a thing. And Twitch ads, we do the minimum required to get rid of pre-rolls, which is 3 minutes an hour. So we run the absolute minimum required for that. Your case is Fractal. That's the exact same reason for me, Penny. The reason I run Fractal is like all the cases are moving more and more to like just bright RGB whatever garbage, and I ended up having a case or two before Fractal that, you know, the case looked good, but it was all like crappy plastic and all that. And then for me, it went and I got the Fractal. Ooh, what is it called? Define, I believe, was the case. The Fractal Define, which is not like there's not a bunch of RGB, there's not a bunch of that. It's just a good, clean case. Like I didn't get it with like the window or anything. Okay, we can grab you. Get that. Get that. Drop you back in here. Plunk you off. Light the torch. Okay. Penny's saying, the first thing you do when you get a new PC is turning off any RGB. It's on the floor under my desk. No one ever see the lights, not even me. Yeah, for me, my case is over here on the right. The last thing I want is a bunch of trippy lights constantly blinking and flashing and changing colors and rippling and all these in the corner of my vision, endlessly distracting me at all hours. No thank you. Using Napster, you cheat. Nah, you get it. You're just a sucker for survival punishment. Yeah, no, the thing was, like, the last run I didn't use Napster for a very, very long time. But there's definitely a point where you're, like, making your big clay pots. They're like, you know what? I don't want to sit here and do this anymore. Like, I'm ready to not do all of this clicking. My fingies have a value. And them remaining functional and healthy is kind of important. I meant to turn it off, but because my intention was like to turn it off and then leave it off until we got a bit farther in the run and then turn it on at that point. Alright, so let's go recover our body. And I'm deliberately running a bit farther south this time. Because I was like, yeah, I'll just leave the body. But then, you know, I also sat there, I was like, you know what? I've got the baskets on it. We do have a bunch of seeds and whatever. It's nowhere near as many with the first map we were messing with. You get killed during the ads, robbed? I thought I died before the ad break. You know, right? You installed a mod called Pottery Wheel to avoid the clay thing. But until you manage to make the survival punishment... Yeah, how much does Minecraft knowledge translate to this game? None. not that much. Like, there's definitely overlap. Like, obviously, we have, like, the health and the stamina bar and that kind of stuff on the bottom. And it is a voxel game. But yeah, not very much. I jokingly refer to this as sweaty Minecraft. But, it's a very survival and very crafting-heavy oriented game. So to give you an idea, in Minecraft, you can have a pickaxe that's usable in, like, 5 minutes. You know, you go down, you punch a tree, get your wood, maybe pick up a rock or two, and bam, you got a pickaxe. But this game, your first pickaxe is probably going to take you several hours. Oh, you'll find iron? Nope. The way that ore works in this game is entirely different than Minecraft. Like, not even similar. This game, I can't show you because I'm not far enough to show you yet. But, like, you have a whole idea of that you use a prospecting pick. And so you go in an area and you use a prospecting pick. It goes, okay, in this wide area, there is about a 20%, you know, estimated coverage where you'll potentially find... Or, sorry, it's like, this area has a, you know, low chance of having copper, or a medium chance of having this. And it's relative to that type of ore. So is terraform? I have no idea. I haven't played Minecraft in forever, and when I did play Minecraft, I pretty much didn't mod it at all. So things. But I would say, in a lot of ways, I find the getting ore in this game way more interesting and compelling. Because, like, in Minecraft, if you want iron, you dig down. You find iron. Like, it's almost a foregone conclusion. You dig down, you're gonna find iron. It might take you a little bit, but you're gonna zip around and all that. In this game, you dig down just randomly, like, I'm gonna go get iron. You might literally not have iron in your entire area. Like, you have to prospect if you don't want to just be angry at existence. And then you go to an area, it's like, alright, this area has a relatively high, you know, odds of iron or whatever. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Once upon a time, this, like, way back, this was started as a Minecraft mod. And then the devs are like, the Minecraft engine is too limiting for us. It's getting in the way of us doing what we want to do. And they made their own engine. Yeah, this is way deeper. To give you an idea, if you wanted to make a pickaxe, the process for making a pickaxe is very first, you gotta find red clay. Well, you have to find clay. It doesn't have to be red clay, but you have to find clay. So you find clay. Cool. So now you make a mold for a pickaxe head. Alright, so you got your mold for a pickaxe head. Well, now you need to fire your mold for your pickaxe head. You need to put in a kiln to do that. Well, that means you need an axe. Well, you don't just put a rock on the end of a stick for an axe. You need to get 2 pieces of flint or 2 pieces of stone, and you need to nap it to make it into an axe head. And then you put that on a stick. And so then you take your whole thing with this. I'm gonna freeze to death. And then you go and you take that axe head, you go up to a tree and you cut down the tree, because you can't punch a tree. That's just silly. So you go and you get your logs, and you split those logs into firewood. So now you dig a hole, and you put your clay in the bottom of it, and you put, oh, actually, I forgot. You also need to flint yourself a knife. And so you get yourself some knives so you can chop up some grass. And so you take your dried grass, some sticks, and some firewood, and you pile it all into a hole, and then you light the whole thing on fire. And then you have to let it sit there and, you know, kind of smolder for the better part of a day. Now that gets you your mold. So the next thing you need to do is actually find yourself some ore. So that way you can make your pickaxe. So you run around a whole bunch and you find a little bit of, like, copper on the surface and all that, or you go, like, panning or whatever, and you get yourself enough copper. Well, now you also need to fire yourself a, what is it? A crucible and all that. So you get your crucible, you put it on a fire, you put your ore in there, and you melt it down, and then you pour it into your mold, and then you have to wait for your mold to cool off, because otherwise you have smoldering hot thing. You also have to get yourself some tongs, because, yeah, you also need your charcoal. That's right, you need your charcoal. Or so you either have to find like coal on the ground, or you have to get, you know, charcoal by burning firewood in a pit that's enclosed. You get the idea. And it sounds like it's a whole big thing. The game actually does a pretty good job. Okay, this is very bad actually, because, oh, never mind, we're okay. There's a spot of sand right here. I was gonna say, for a moment it looked like I was fully surrounded by stone. It's like, this is bad because I don't have something I can put down to climb up on. Okay, so we are starting to slowly freeze to death. I don't have inventory space, I'm just gonna leave it. But the game does a good job of like, okay, what can I do with a stick? Oh, I can't do that while I'm on the pause menu. What can I do with a stick? Oh, hey, here is all the things I can make with a stick. All right, well, what's it take to make an axe? Okay, well, to make an axe, I need these two things. Well, I don't know how to make that. Okay, well, I can click on that, and it tells me what it's, you know, that I'm going to use a mold or I'm going to use smithing, and it's those materials. And so it actually will go through, and there's even, like, kind of guides in the game being like, here's your starter guide. Here's all the things you do to, like, make your armor and all that. Oh, but how do I do the next thing? Well, how do I nap? Well, here's how you nap. So it actually does a good job if you get stuck, that there's kind of all the details you get there. But, with that finding the ore where you have to, like, prospect and find it and dig down, it's kind of, like, compared to Minecraft, you actually come out relatively similar in the amount of ore and what you can get done, effort to results-wise. The difference is, instead of Minecraft, you just dig down and it's just there. And you find it and you're like, cool. And you make a pickaxe and then the pickaxe disintegrates in 10 seconds because it's, you know, the durability sucks. In this game, you'll go and put, like, a lot of effort into it and you'll finally find that vein. It might take you a while. But instead of a vein being like you find 8 units of ore and that's it, you might find, like, a vein of iron and it'll be literally hundreds and hundreds of units of ore. Like, you find a vein that you're going to spend, you know, an in-game year, you'll keep coming back to that same vein to get more ore. So it is very much more effort to get it, but way more rewarding when you get it. We are slowly losing body temperature. You never made it to the Iron Age? Yeah, we got to the point of full-on steel when we played, which is very, very late game. Like, that's outside of, like, the exotic stuff you get for, like, teleporters and whatnot. That's pretty much the end game kind of stuff, is just steel. So we got a big lake here. Okay. But yeah, no, so it's got a lot more depth, there's a lot more complexity. It does make things as you get them done way more satisfying. It's definitely not a game you're able to jump in and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna do an afternoon. Hey, I'm freezing, let's jump in. I was already at like 40% wet, if I'm not mistaken. Usually skip the Bronze and Iron Age whenever possible. Yeah, now for me, the first time, because this is only my second time trying to do like a proper playthrough on stream, that kind of thing. It is one of those things that a lot of times I don't bother, like, sorry. I went through and I did all the stages, like made bronze, made iron, did all that stuff. Because I'm trying to remember, you had to have certain, like a good enough pickaxe to break, like, the stronger material. And so it's pretty tricky to get the iron materials without the bronze pickaxe and all that. You have to hit each age a bit. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to think, is like, not sure about a lot of that. Oh, you're saying like you go ruin diving to get the stuff you would make with copper and bronze. Right, so if you just happen to get lucky. So what's going to need to happen pretty soon is I'm going to need to find a cave or something of that nature to duck into for a minute. Because we are freezing to death, and I could stop and make a fire, but I don't want to stop. I want to get my body. It is now hailing. And it's just continuing to get colder. It's just my arm I saw is just freaking me out. I just saw some kind of thing. And I did see the veggies there, but I'm out of inventory space. And we're freezing to death, so it's like, okay. Well, I want the greed to be a whole thing. I have to juggle the greed between what's on the ground now and my body. I probably can only pursue one of those. Okay, I'm starting to see how cold we are slowly reducing. That's encouraging. We're at only negative 5.1 C. And slowly climbing. Let's go ahead. We need to eat something here. So let's eat our mushrooms. Oh, also, as you can probably see, Penny, eating just like raw food is not really worth much. So you'll wanna cook and all that, which of course is an entire another line of things you gotta deal with. There's also like winter is a proper winter in the game where none of your crops grow and all that during the winter. We found more silver. Oh, I did grab the silver. Okay. Okay. Alright, we'll throw these sticks in the ground for right now. And I should be getting to my body relatively soon. I'm wrong. We should be getting to my body eventually. You make a greenhouse? You can. And also, like, there is food spoilage in the game. And you can make, like, a cellar that actually extends the life of your food a lot. So the game rewards you for, like, actually storing your food properly and whatever. And we still have not found an ocean. We regen the world and jumped it up to 50% water coverage. And granted, this half of an in-game day has been me going back to my body. Like, we did go a little bit wide to the south just to cover more ground. Okay, we're getting colder again. Not what we want to see. Gives you an excuse to build a proper boat? Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Plus, in all honesty, I think navigating by the boat is going to be a lot more fun and a lot less annoying. I don't care about portsmouths right now. Like, a lot more fun, a lot more less annoying than just, you know, schlepping up over a bunch of hills. Oh, we're dying of cold. Right. Okay, so I should be able to put myself in this wall here. And our body temperature should slowly recover as we're inside here. Bring it back under the 5 degrees. Because the music did change that we are now in an interior space. Burning bushes works well for an emergency. I can imagine. I don't think we're in an emergency. I believe it's at 5C is the cutoff for when we're actually taking damage. No, I'm wrong. Yeah, so we're drying up. We're slowly recovering our body temperature. Yeah, so our body temperature is 32.4C. I don't actually know where it's dangerous or not. But you can see it's slowly climbing. And we've eaten a little bit of food, a little bit of fruit, a little bit of veggies. Outside temperature is 12C. Okay. People mentioned setting a bush on fire. I'm not trying that. Yes, I'm not sure how I even set a bush on fire. There we go. It says ignite block. Doesn't seem to be working. It's fine. I was more curious than anything. They're out of immediate danger. Not jump down the big hole. Oh, I think it's the wrong type bush. Oh yeah, you're talking about like grabbing something like the cinnamon fern or whatever. Gotcha. And it's just gonna go back out because it's raining. Good to know. I've never done that before. So yeah, so in a pinch I can pull a bush, dig a tile, shove it under there so it's not getting rained on, light it up, and then go hug it for a minute. And especially with it raining, it should prevent the spread of fire too much. Which of course means I'll light it, and there'll be a segment of peat I don't see 2 inches away. And I'll have... No! Please! Oh, this is super bad. I don't want them all. Please do not maul me, bro. Okay. I'm scared I'm gonna turn around just in time to see the bear, like, inches behind me, and the act of turning around will get me killed. Okay. Alright, the bear is no longer on my butt. But you tasty? That's the reason we're running back to our body. And that's where I saw the resin. How far away am I from my body now? We're getting there. That was the reason why when I first went, I was like, oh, I'm probably just going to leave my body, and then I immediately changed my mind because I didn't want to make the baskets. That's a nice mountain. Yeah, we are playing on Homo sapien, where we're a little bit more susceptible to temperature and all that, and we're extremely early game. I want to set up on an ocean now that those are a thing in the game. I want to go ahead and get myself living on an ocean, doing all that stuff where there's a reason to have a boat. That kind of thing. For those who don't know, Belinar, absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing some 2 Point Museum recently as well, which is excellent, because that's actually what we started our stream on. Finished the new content on the DLC that just dropped. It was a really good time. You often jump over lake edges or dive into deep lakes when you can't get away any other way. Yeah, no, on Homo sapien, I believe the animals swim at 200% speed. And I think the normal is 150% speed. The idea being the, oh, it's a bear, I'll just swim away from it, kind of goes away. You can make it work if you're, like, poking it the whole time. But, you don't get nearly as much leeway compared to the default settings. They close the gap pretty quick. You just picked up the new DLC for 2 Point Museum. You've inspired me. It's excellent. I'm very happy with it, especially considering it's only like 12 bucks. It's funny that I don't mean to make like the direct comparison, but it's kind of hard not to. That Bannerlord's DLC dropped, and it adds boats, and there really wasn't a whole lot on there. Like there was a couple of boats, you know, that's cool and all. There was a faction that I kind of just shrugged, wasn't super interested in, because, you know, a lot of it's based around the boats and all that. But otherwise the game mostly is the same game it's always been. And then it's like 25 bucks and some change. You know, and then you have 2 Point Museum, which adds like a whole extra layer to the game, a whole extra museum that really, for that game, really changes it mechanically a lot. And it's 12. And check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here, a lot of city builders, settlement builders, so stuff like RimWorld, Anno, Whiskerwood, that kind of thing. So if you like any of that, you can find it over there with Treacle. Definitely good times over there. I wish I could tune into all of the channels. Oh, come on. There was a second wolf there, too. Alright, so we're not going to go recover our stuff. Our stuff's gone. Did you spawn me close enough being like, are you sure it's gone? It's right there, buddy. You can go get it. I think you're asleep when you stream? Yeah. Because it doesn't want to find the ocean so we can kind of start. Yeah, no, I jumped down there and aggroed the wolf. I'm like, I don't feel like getting hit from behind and just dying again. I figured I wasn't going to win that fight with the knife. The odds of that were pretty slim. But it does mean there's going to be a bunch of bushes and all that goes waste. Maybe what we do is we don't worry about picking up the bushes themselves. We'll grab the berries and move on. Oh, what is that ahead? Is that it right there? Is that the ocean? Is that the ocean, or am I being lied to? Is it just a really big lake? Because if it's the ocean, I'm down to grab. This feels like an ocean. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, let's go grab our stuff then. I said I wasn't going to do that, but now that we've found the ocean, it's pretty close. How far is my stuff? Are we talking this is like a major run? Okay, so the last run I did was from there to there, so it's half the length of the run we just did. We can run along the ocean a little bit in the general direction, because that'll let us explore the area a bit here. Mark some quartz real fast. Shame it's all shale. Do you have... We're gonna let our stuff go. We're gonna let our stuff go. We're gonna let our stuff go. The temptation to go after it's real, but I'm gonna spend like 30 minutes plus going after it. And the only thing it's really sparing me is it's got a decent amount of like seeds in that, which is certainly something, but it's not like some massive number of seeds, like, you know, missing out on it's a big deal. So what I want to do is we're going to run along the edge of the ocean here. We'll run that way along the edge of the ocean. We're going to run along the edge of the ocean. Oh, you can skip rocks in the water? That is such a unnecessary thing, but I appreciate it. We're going to run along the edge of the ocean. That way I can get the reeds from my backpack. I'm basically looking for a place that seems like it would be a good place to base from. You did not know that? Unnecessary whimsy is great in games? Yeah, no, it's one of those things like, oh, okay, I don't know why they would take the time to dev that, but it's pretty cool. So I'm not unhappy about it. Where's our stuff? Our stuff is with the wolves. Again. I was trying to get to recovering our stuff, and we got mauled by a wolf right by our stuff. And actually, it's probably good that I didn't run back up there to try and retrieve it again, because I didn't actually get our stuff. I was right by it, and then I ran back and fought the wolf. So I'm in the general area our stuff was in, but I don't know exactly where it is. So there's a good chance I'd run around there trying to figure out where it is and just not finding it. Oh, funeral bell is poisonous. Yeah, I'll leave that alone for right now. I believe you can eat lobster. Yeah, lobster's safe. Lobster mushroom, that is. witch's hat. You're poisonous, right? No, witch's hat's fine. Yeah, so all I'm doing now is looking for an area, probably an area that's just relatively flat. It doesn't need a lot going on for it. Just a relatively flat place, or a place where, actually, can I believe rain is very common here, so this would actually be a pretty solid place. Pretty solid place to set up. There's a danger dog over there. I do want the danger dog has figured us out. Okay. Maybe make a spear? I will once I've got to where we can get some reeds. Because right now I'm dealing with just the inventory space you see on the screen there. So I'm mostly just trying to focus on getting to where I can set up shop, because I don't want to focus on getting a bunch of my stuff sorted out and then, you know, die not finding a place I'm like, ah, that's a good spot. Made a tank for funsies for the game. You're running a fantasy action RPG. Just realized it could easily turn into a horse carriage, which you did. Then realized that it could easily be turned into boats. Then realized that the boats could be turned into flying. I see where this is going. So I'm hoping to find, it doesn't need to be like a big, relatively flat area. Just a little relatively flat area. Also reeds. And that way building a farm will be relatively easy. You like to kill all the bears and wolves who challenge me, mostly because they're a nice source of fat. Oh, later on we will. But first I want to get like the place I'm going to sleep in place, a place to start dropping off, you know, berry bushes and all that, and start growing things. Oh, they actually have, like, a little bit of waves going on in the ocean. They're not much. Like, a little bit of a wave kind of thing going on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about for ocean, though. It's just so far we have all these, like, really craggy, mountainous areas along it. That'd be very annoying to build on. Was that peat? Yeah, that's peat. A couple of sticks to get myself a torch. All right. You just need one more stick. Okay, we can make our torch. I don't want to use it yet because we're right here. We're going to keep falling in the water. There's more quartz. And we're getting really hungry going tonight. I got a little bit of grain I could eat raw, which is going to be terrible so far as getting actual food out of. Just haven't been seeing anything because I've been running along this shore. Or along, yeah. Running along this and not really finding much edible. So I'd really like to find something that isn't just... Okay, that's granite block. For a moment it was looking kind of like limestone or whatever, which is going to be really excited if it wasn't. I mean, this is okay. And this is more forest. Probably find some mushrooms if we watch. I'm pretty sure you're poisonous. Nope, you're fine. Okay, doing our best to eat every mushroom we can find. Are you safe? Yes. Yeah, just to mention the differences. Yeah, no, your torches, when you place them, they do burn out after a day or two or whatever it is. You can hold a torch in your inventory and pocket indefinitely. And it's, you know, it'll stay good for that whole time. Alright, death cap. We probably don't want to eat that. You can take place torches off the wall and reset them? Yeah. I'm 99% sure pink bonnet's poisonous. Yep. And how? That, I think, is safe. Lobster is safe. Moral is, I believe, very mildly poisonous. No, Moral's fine. I thought there was like two Morals. Like one of them was like 1 hit point poisonous, which is really not bad. And I thought the other one was fine. We definitely need... to get where I can start cooking. Yeah, it's nothing but like a ledge the entire length of this. Which is probably just the way the world gen works. Is my guess is it decides where it's gonna build stuff and it goes, okay, we're gonna put an ocean here, and kind of overrides was already gonna be placed there to make room. So if you have high elevation, you end up with cliff sides and that kind of thing. So it'd be a matter of finding a low elevation place. Earthball is poisonous, I know that for a fact. Okay, you're not poisonous. Alright. Now, the other possibility is I find one of these areas over here that, is like an outcropping if it's not too high elevation, with the intention of taking a shovel and just like digging it down and flattening it out, and then expanding out, and giving ourselves again like kind of a whole area down there. Now, one thing that does make me curious with the addition of oceans, people mention salt water versus not salt water, which was not really a thing before. So that might be a problem. Alright, is this where we want to set up? Yeah, because this is all looking craggy the whole way over there. That area there looks like it's pretty flat. That might be where we go. It'll either be there or up here. I think is what we're going to ultimately do. Because both those areas look like they're going to be pretty flat. So let's see what we got over there. It's going to be a matter of working on the nearby area, getting our bags. Because that's the other downside, is I haven't seen any reeds anywhere. So most likely I got to find like a little body of fresh water in just from the edge. Get some reeds, start making... Ah, here we go. Okay. Right now you get on my inventory. So get our reed baskets. I think that's just enough for one reed basket there. Turn around and grab the actual cattail seeds. That way with the cattail seeds I can plant them wherever we set up. And at least I'll have some local supply of reeds. Interesting, not to play this a month, and how do they determine the water is salt water? So they've got oceans as like a new thing. And so my assumption is oceans are just salt water. But people have said that the ocean water is darker, just in general. And that might literally be all it is just did it spawn ocean? Okay, it's salt water. If it spawned anything that isn't ocean, okay, then it's not salt water. Would be my guess. So it's probably not like a whole big system behind it, just what type of world gen element is it? You got shiitake. We can go here and eat these berries. All right. Keep working on getting these so you can hopefully get our bags. Okay. And that's another one for a little bit more inventory. And pretty soon I'll end up needing to make more stuff. Like I said, just around that corner is where I was looking at potentially setting up. Just because on the map it looked like it's a relatively flat area. It is a bit of a hike from spawn, but we are playing in a set of settings that the spawn area is like 5,000 tiles, which means you can drop anywhere in there, so pretty much everything's not close to spawn, unless you set a spawn. And then because we are doing Homo sapiens, we won't see drifters, we'll just see dangerous animals instead, and a lot more of them and a lot more dangerous, as well as your basic survival mechanics got ramped up. Which does mean your source of gears, your primary source, has been cut off. There are other ways to get gears, but it's mostly stuff like panning for them and that kind of thing. Okay. Cool, and this is the spot we were looking at on the map right here. And so it looks like it's relatively flat. It is almost entirely sand, which is not really what I was looking for, but that's fine. But with this, I can start working on getting everything set up. We'll try and take advantage of the area as it already is. And we'll start building a farm off of this as best we can. So I want to clear up some of the beach itself to not have the cattails on it right now. And we can go here. It's another one. So now I need to find a couple of sticks. And I need to go to you. Make myself another knife. Granite's at least a decent stone type. Yeah, no, it's a shame we didn't see any, like, slate nearby. I've only had one run that I've messed with off stream where I got slate right away, and I really like the way slate looks. Okay, we got a little bit of spelt seed. Alright, so what I'm thinking we do, as at least to begin with, this like whole sandbar thing, is I think we go over to one of the sides, and I start making like the full-on like reed farm over there. And then for this area here, we could start building on the sand a little bit. And then I'll just go up the hill a little bit to start setting up the farm. Well, I shouldn't go up the hill because of the water. I'm curious if the salt water will work just as like normal water for keeping the tiles wet. Or moisture up. Alright, so that's a good start. So we've got you, let's pick you up. And I'll plan for this pocket over here to be where we grow our cattails. Take you off my bar so I don't accidentally put you out by crouching in the water. Okay. Alright, so we got that set up. We'll want to clean up more of that later. We'll worry about that as we get there. Now, in the meantime, I need more branches. I need more a lot of things. We're going to end up needing more reeds for baskets in the short term. We don't have knowledge of a bunch of good materials nearby, but we'll figure that out as we get there. I'm going to go ahead and get a bunch of these branchy things out here, because we might also get lucky and get the seeds for starting to grow trees in the area. I'm probably gonna have to find like the nearby wooded area to get all that. We want at least medium fertility soil. All right. Okay, so we can drop those off. Let's make ourselves an axe. Yes, let's go here. Let's make our axe. Basically, let's make ourselves a set of our basic tools. So there's an axe. I'm probably not going to do anything with the hoe quite yet, but here's the hoe. And here's a shovel. And here's a spear. Okay, we can grab you, start making our tools. Okay. Alright, so we've got all that. And we got tons and tons of reeds over here. Yeah, definitely not a bad place. We'll build up here as we're going to start making our home. I'm not sure exactly how I want to lay out any of this stuff yet. Right now, though, let's just find a spot over off to the side that I'm just going to start planting all of these bushes. Okay, so we got all those. What else do we not need right now? I'm gonna want all that stuff, but like, okay. Right now, start getting all this sorted out. Grab the red currant. Oh wait, didn't I... Yeah, last time I said I wanted to move them too wide apart because I did find it was really obnoxious to try and run down the aisle when they were like one apart from each other and actually get anything. Okay, and then we've got cranberries. We'll deal with that in a minute. All right. Okay, now we can grab our next set of bear bushes. And I know I can stack these too high. We will once I'm not like right here on the edge. Fill in that gap. And I got a couple blueberry bushes. A couple of raspberry, or these. Okay, so there's our berry bushes. We'll do more cleanup on those later. We're going to want to build a place to live. That's going to be a tricky one with what we're dealing with right now. I just don't have much in the way of wooden resources nearby. So I'm going to grab you. I'm also going to need to make myself a pit for doing the charcoal in and all that. And honestly, it feels like we could probably do some good stuff here with all that. We can go ahead and get you scooped up here. How do I want to attack this? I feel like I'm ultimately going to fill in this spot of water over here. Because it almost feels like what I want to do with my farm. But you know what you could do with the farm? Let's plan for this giant area over here to be where we start the farm. Then I'm going to start filling it in with medium quality dirt when we get there. And we can use that medium quality dirt as we... Oh, you know what we can do? We can use that medium quality dirt as a means for, like farming and all that. So we'll want to move all that. That's going to take a whole lot of time. There's going to be a mix of me spending time working on this area and then needing to go out and seek out more berries and all that. And I want to pull up a bunch of this dirt, because I want to make an area where we can do our charcoal pit. Okay, so that's where that is. So thinking layout. So put the main building around where I'm standing. Just kind of up here, wherever. The berries will be all in that area over there. The farm will be that whole water area down there. That's going to be reeds, and we'll make it like a beachfront for where we could have a dock or whatever we put down there. So, with the main building being here... Well, actually, right now, this could actually be, For right now, this can be where we do our charcoal and all that. Okay. And I don't need to make the charcoal pit too deep. Not to begin with. What I'm kind of hoping here is we'll get here. And that stone's gonna be, yeah, stone's gonna be, oh, that's not stone. But I'm hoping stone will be right down here. There we go. Because then that could be the bottom of the charcoal pit. We gotta try and be good about actually using tools all the time now versus punching dirt. Okay, so we got another shovel. Then meanwhile, what was the recipe for the packed brick or packed stone? Okay, it's 6. That's right. So you can go like this, then like this. All right. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to pack the dirt along the sides. That way we don't have to worry about grass growing there and any other problems. Okay, and put you away again. Yep, so it'll only be like 2 tiles deep. Like I said, we're not going to make it very big yet. Later on, I'll make it pretty big. Because you haven't played this game for hundreds of hours. You don't think you actually have to nap it yourself by following the blocks? Let's see, and you didn't know you have to actually nap it yourself by following the blocks? Oh, so we're using a mod called Napster. So when it comes to napping, it can just going ahead that it makes it so you don't have to like do every individual tile. It's one of those things that when you play for a little bit, you know, you eventually, like, it goes from being, it's like, oh, this is a really cool way you can, you know, make these things. And then eventually you're like, alright, that was a cool gimmick, but I'm ready to not do that anymore. But yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm making what's going to be our charcoal pit. Oh, sorry, I don't have the... Oh, actually, I take that back. I do. Let's see, are there any of those that's not right? No, it's alright. I thought I hadn't updated that command. Okay, yeah, so we can make it 2 by whatever this is. But yeah, and the reason I'm putting the packed dirt along the sides is you can have grass grow in here, and the charcoal pit can be a very, very unfortunate source of fire. The kind of fire that spreads and can be a whole big ordeal. Many a person has lost, you know, their entirety of their home to that kind of thing. I'll definitely want to get that switched over. And I'll be fine for later. We can go ahead and eat some berries. Alright. So the next thing I want to do is grab you, chop you into firewood. Okay, so I'm going to need more reeds, and a lot more at that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. I also need more inventory space. Because of the reeds, I can make some boxes. They're pretty crap boxes, but when you don't have any boxes, crap boxes are amazing. Okay. Eventually want to get these to where they're all up on the beach and all that stuff. You're all good. But yeah, no, thank you again, Luxray, for tuning in. You sleep well, man. In the meantime, we're just going to keep working on this. And one of the other things we're going to want to do is we are going to need to explore the surrounding area. And as we explore the surrounding area, we're going to be looking for a whole bunch of different things, like making sure we can find copper, doing all that kind of stuff. We'll have to find some surface copper, or we pan. Panning can be a bit tedious, but it's a relatively safe way of getting a lot of stuff. You just sit there with a bunch of sand and water and just go for it. We need to be finding a whole lot of seeds. I need to be getting those seeds in the ground right away. Which means I need to be finding at least medium fertility soil. Okay. Another thing we'll want to ultimately do here is I'll probably want to go in here and start making a cellar as well. Same exact idea as like the fire pit there, just hop on over, get that done. So let's grab you, grab these, and get these planted over here. Okay. Let's see, lots of ocean means lots of potash. Something usually don't. Oh, does like ocean have a higher chance of having potash in the area? Highlight salt. Gotcha. Hematite or whatever. Okay. Potash is in salt veins. Gotcha. Before I forget, let's go ahead and put a house icon here. And pin that, so if we do die, I at least can find my way home. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to start making a cellar right here. We're going to take advantage of the existing wall there. And unlike the charcoal pit, we're going to want to have an actual proper way in and out. But I got to check. Let's see. It was food preservation. So cellar can be 7 by 7 by 7. And obviously I'm not going to be able to go the full depth right now. I think this through. We'll get that sorted. Okay, so I need to make another shovel. So we go 7 by 7 by 7. And the idea with the cellar is it makes the food last way, way longer. So this I'm going to aim to actually be the full size. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which works out because that is where the stone goes up a notch. Okay. Now, obviously, we're going to want something better than packed dirt later on. But this is what we got for right now. And we're going to want to put, like, actual flooring and all that kind of stuff in there. Okay. So with that, we're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And double check all this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I pop over here. Cool. And now I just gotta empty it all out. And I'm popping up here just because I want to make sure I don't accidentally breach into where the water is. Okay. So need to find more flint and such. Or I could start using the granite. Actually, I believe I could put the flint down here. Is that you? Get my next shovel going. Okay, so you're good for 1 day, 1 day, 14 days, 14 days, so swap you. Eat some blueberries. Alright. Hey, Silmus, how's it going? Yeah, then the idea here is I'm going to hollow this all out. We're going to surround it with packed dirt for right now. And then we're going to put a layer of packed dirt over the top as the ceiling. We're zugging like an orc beyond. Zug, how about you? Doing good, just digging a hole, diggy hole. Then I'm going to pack all the edges with packed dirt. Eventually I want to go and replace with some type of like brick or something to look nicer. But we're early game, so any home's a good home. That's a pretty ambitious seller. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Because all I have to do is put the packed dirt over the top of it. And I'll just put a door down there. I mean, what I'll probably do is I'll probably take the staircase and I'll move it forward. And then later on, the house will just cover it up. Okay, we can go here. Because on top of that, this is low fertility soil, i.e. hot garbage soil. Alright. Hey, Leafy Pew, how's it going? It's good to have you. And with this, we just want to hollow this out. Actually, I don't need to go up here. Alright, so let's get another shovel head. Okay. Now, we are going to run into a situation where I'm just going to need more and more and stuff. So, the things we want to find after we get this dug out is I need to get a hold of clay somewhere nearby. I want to find copper somewhere nearby. Those are materials I don't have right here I'm going to need. And that's always one of the difficult things at the beginning is finding, okay, where is clay, where is copper, all that kind of stuff. Because we'll need the clay to make the... we also will need lots of wood. Lots and lots of wood. So we're going to need to do a lot of lumberjacking, we're going to need to get a lot of clay, we're going to need to get a lot of copper and all that. This stage I won't be able to mine the copper, I'll have to find it just sitting on the ground. The other alternative is, again, I can just get a pan, get a bunch of sand and gravel, and start panning for materials. And you can get a lot of materials that way. It is very inconsistent and unreliable and slow. But it's also something you can do without putting yourself in a whole lot of risk. I'm just going to dig the rest of this by hand real fast. They're just on this last little area here. Okay. Alright, we just got this one area to do over here. Yeah, so basically we gotta wander around the nearby area looking for goodies. I do also want to go out of my way to grab, like, a stack of at least medium fertility soil. Just so I can use that soil real fast to at least get the seeds we've got planted. Because you do have a limited grow season and everything. And so it will be a thing that if I actually want to get anywhere with my food before the first winter, that's going to be a thing we're going to need to do. Otherwise, we have to depend a lot on hunting. And with the animals being a lot stronger and faster, that'll be a little bit more. You can get rammed dirt? Oh, hey. I was unaware of that. I might do that just for consolidation thing, because I do remember as you start digging this kind of stuff up and doing a bunch of the art stuff, you end up with lots and lots and lots of extra soil. So quickly, for right now, get that done. And then we'll take a look at how this rammed dirt looks. Okay, so I got that all set up. So let's go try what some of this rammed dirt looks like. Okay, so rammed dirt basically looks almost like stone. And I do agree that it does look better. You say about back, it's purely cosmetic? Gotcha. Alright. That's still fine. Okay, so with that said, our inventory is very full. Let's eat some berries. So I imagine for this, I could take the ram dirt and use it to look like a foundation here. And that can be what we build our house on, at least for the starting. What I'll eventually want to do is I'll eventually... Oh, right. Yeah, so what we can do here... So I'm thinking about how I want to access the cellar. So I think for accessing the cellar right now, I'm just going to go like this. And just put a door on the side. And that'll be stairs, so that'll need to go one tile farther. Okay, so then this will end up being how we get in there. I'm not entirely sure how we have light in here right now. Okay. But that's fine. Alright, so with this, what we're going to want to do is let's start grabbing you and doing that. So manage to get ourselves 2 boxes. And we'll start by dropping all the dirt of its various forms in there. We can pop over here. Pop the reeds in there. Oh, we still got some more dirt over here. Alright, we got food. Oh, and also, for right now, put you down there. Fresh for 71 days, fresh for 83 days. So we're not getting the cellar bonus because I do have a door open on that side. I need to put something there. And that's probably fine for right now. I'll also, for right now, drop the mushrooms in there. Oh, those are also mushrooms. Because that'll make those last a bit longer. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is let's go ahead and get ourselves another shovel made. So we have it. But like I said, we're going to be looking to try and get a bunch of different stuff made. I'll need to check what it was that we needed to make the really crap door. Because like a really, really awful door. Not sleek, not solid. Yeah, there's one of these doors that's like makeshift door, crude door, that's the right. So crude door is 2 logs and 3 branches. So where can we find trees nearby? There we go. So what we need is a little bit of deforestation. We got medium fertility soil right here. Okay. Quick change of plans. I mentioned I want to get this farm set up. Because that'll be very important to get that set up as early as we possibly can. Okay. So what we can do is walk on over here. We got that stuff that we'll probably want to move. We've got rye. We can pull this up. Maybe comment on something with a backdoor that'd be not too backseaty? Sure. I mean, I know it pops off and it gets annoying because of that. Like, I know that's a mechanic with it that's a little obnoxious, but it is what it is. And I've got 3 seeds of spelt. Yeah, no, it's not the best for sellers, but right now I have door, no door, and door is better than no door. Oh, you're 80% sure it doesn't count as a door for seller? That's fine. We can use it for right now. Even if it doesn't count, it'll at least let me, you know, get in the habit of dealing with all that. Yep. Alright, so we've got you. So let's go plant more of this junk. Cool. You just use 2 blocks as your door until it's done? Yeah, that makes sense. I gotcha. Alright, so let's go here. Make myself another knife. Yeah, no, exactly. You can just check the difference. If the time goes up at all, it counts. Okay, so I still actually have more of the medium soil. We're gonna go ahead and pop over here. I do eventually want to get this all. To be farmland. Like, eventually we'll just make it into a greenhouse kind of thing. All right. So at least got some of the stuff planted. So now I can go over here to where these trees are. Another thing we'll probably want to do long term is we're probably going to want to make it a point to almost make like a moat type setup. Deer ear. Can I eat the deer ear? Deer is safe. And I believe we want to go up here and cut all leaves off first, because I want to say... I'm trying to remember if you get more of the seeds for cutting it like that, or if not. Room log right next to home. Well, I know the mushrooms come back. Like, they change where they spawn and all that. Like, as long as you have... Because you can make a mushroom-eligible biome, it's just you have to have eligible area and it rains. You get way more seeds. That's what I thought. Which I get why the games do that, so you don't find yourself absolutely buried alive with the seeds. But it always has been one of those things like, man, but I don't want to deal with going through all the like, all the things. We do actually need those. Do the one in the tree come back? Like, as far as I'm aware, they don't. Or, sorry. I believe they will after it rains, that there's a spawning system. Oh, they do have that whole thing? Yeah, I was under the impression that when it rained, there could be areas that are eligible for mushrooms. And then, you know, they would do their check to see if they can spawn there. And then some of them would spawn. Okay. I do want to make sure we're getting at least some seeds back out of this. Might be the axe. Oh, it's definitely the axe. That's fine. I'm not gonna clear it all. I just kind of want to get the ones right around the trunk. You might be misremembering due to X skills and having the ability to be careful hands that allows you to harvest mushrooms and reach the bare hands and not breaking roots. Okay. But yeah, no, it'd be nice when we get the shears and all that. Alright. Plant another one of those. We got a little bit of wild vine. We got a ton of sticks. I do have some wood. So we work on some of that stuff while it's nighttime. So we can go ahead and we can make ourselves our crude door. You could make a mushroom fire require new logs or whatever. Yeah, no, it could be a thing like you have to put it on moist soil or whatever. You have to like water the log or it has to be rained on or whatever periodically for it to count, that kind of thing. Alright. So I've got you, and we've got our little junk way down here. Okay. So what we can do here is it was... Oh, not like that. It was this, and that. There's the crude door. I got some more deer ear. Okay, so we can check this. So the deer ear in here will last for 22 days. 22 days, yeah, so it's not counting. That's still okay. Alright. So I got a bunch of the sticks down here. We got a bunch of reeds. I don't need the wild vines on me. We're gonna need more reeds than that to mean anything, so we can chuck those in the bin. Alright. So all in all, doing fine there. So it'd be nice if we can manage to get the things there. Yeah, keep it dark and all that. Yeah, no, I could see something like that would be a cool thing to set up. We'll need to have that tile go one more that way. Which means this one needs to go one more this way. Alright, so we'll definitely want to get some steps there. Oh, wait. Wasn't there a recipe for the path that was really easy? Ah, no, it was clay. Okay. It wasn't dirt, it was clay. So you throw our dirt down there. Alright, so what we can do in the meantime... So also throw a bunch of the sticks in there. And bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. We are back to murder a forest. Because I must take all of that wood, and I must convert it from its current form into Bernie wood. And get some spelt seeds, which I love to see. Alright. And I definitely want to have, like, my own forest I made there. Stick fence gate is better than the crude door. Just because it doesn't pop off the wall randomly all the time. Because for those who don't know, there's an RNG chance every time you open the crude door, it just ejects itself off the wall. Okay. Gonna go and make 2 more axes. We did get a replacement maple tree seed. You found a walnut tree recently, the tree with edible seeds. You planted the first couple so they make more nuts. I didn't know they had walnut trees in this game. Oh, you know what? Our corpse up there had 2 trees in it. That corpse is not going to be there anymore. We have not pursued that in a long while. So that'll be gone. One of the things we're gonna have to one of the things we're gonna also have to do, so we'll get through these axes. And then once we get through these axes, oh hey, heat right here by the base. Love to see it. But then we're gonna need to do a quick run around, see if we can't locate clay. Clay is a pretty important material. So we'll end up needing that for a lot of stuff. And if for those who haven't played this before, very clearly, the stone axes don't break stuff very quickly. So you're like, oh my god, it takes you so long to cut down a tree. Yeah, because I'm using a stone axe and it's pretty rubbish. Oh, here we go. So this one I'm just going to cut down because that's all way up there. The peat makes pottery simpler? Yeah. You found a good base location, no clay nearby. That's always the way it works in almost all these games. No matter where you choose that's good, there will be something very important that will not be there. Alright, so most likely it's not going to cut down the whole tree, it's only going to cut down part of it, and my stone axe will break. Because it's a pretty big maple log. Pretty big maple tree. I mean, I'd argue, even if there's no material nearby like that, it still could be a perfectly good base location. It's just, there's one thing you gotta go chase with it. It's like where you have your base location, but there's nowhere to get lime nearby, so you end up having to travel for the lime. That's part of what I'm looking for with the ocean, is I'm thinking we can make our little boat, and we can go around and be like, okay, let's, gotcha, Trickle. Well, I hope things go well at the hospital and all that good stuff. But then again, for hanging out and all that good stuff, it's good to have you. Nice thing is, if you have a replacement stone axe in inventory, you use that one too. You love the game auto switch. Yeah, no, it's just like all those like little quality of life things. For a game that's, you know, in a lot of ways designed to be like sweaty and try hard and everything, they also have tons of quality of life. Okay. I'm basically going till this axe breaks. I do really look forward to when we get the shears. When we get the shears, you can cut the branches and get tons and tons and tons of seeds and sticks really fast. And that can be very helpful later on. Okay, so let's take the time to rip up all the maple stuff here. That's fine. I was going to do that so we might have the chance of getting some maple seeds, but that's fine. Alright, so I got a ton of peat here. That'll be really good for later on. When we're trying to do our clay and all that. You can use the peat in place of, I believe it was the log layer? Can't remember. I think it was the logs. Which is really helpful. Okay, so these are spelt seeds. Okay. Yeah, so far my base is a little hard to recognize, but it'll get more. Okay. So we're going to need to get a couple things sorted here. First of all, let's go and drop down here and make myself another set of axes. Now, one of the things I got to make the decision of is what am I making my walls out of and what am I making my ceiling out of? Because I can use the straight up logs and that's not the worst. There's certainly a lot of reasons to do that. Well, when I say ceiling, I also mean roof. Because one of the things you could do is I could take the logs and, what was it? You can make them debarked. Alright, that's not till we have a hammer. That's fine. For right now, I'm just going to worry about getting ourselves to the next stage of production where we're going to need all of that. Let's start filling up our charcoal pit. Okay, so set the incomplete stack out of the way for a moment. Okay. Oop. There we go. Cool. So I keep working on filling that in. And like I said, we'll end up putting the top of dirt right there. And then that'll be where we burn that. Alright. So we are now on a journey looking for clay, copper, fruit trees, edible things. Basically just out and about looking for anything we can eat or is otherwise useful to us, like parsnip is definitely a win. And flax. Yeah, basically anything that's we can grow, we can eat, we can make stuff from. We want it all. We can find something like slate, that's really good too. A lot of field mushrooms. And turnips. Loving seeing that, that's for sure. I had more veggies over there on the other shore. I'll grab those in a second. Because we want to get all the food we can going as fast as possible. More spelt. Well, I was expecting to have to run and put some real effort into finding any food. But we've almost got like half a stack of field mushrooms. We got ourselves some like onions and all that. We're continuing to find goodies. We could drop... Let's pull you out, drop you off. Okay, we've got some more berry bushes. That'll be another thing I'm going to need to do is make paths around. So I got one inventory space left. did not last very long at all. Run around this lake, see what we can find. Because we might get lucky and just find clay like right around here. The dead hare. Tiny bit of leather I won't be able to use. And then bones I won't be able to use. Alright. Cool, let's head back real quick. Alright, so I'll probably drop off the granite as well for right now. Okay, so we've got the red current, so this is black current. There's the white current. And I did see that, like, right here is a cranberry bush. Okay. So we can run in here again. Let's do a better job of emptying inventory. Alright, so you are unfortunately full, and you're about to be. So for right now, you're probably just going to go in there and rot, but I'll toss you in there anyways. We'll toss the extra stone in there. We can put the spelt in here. We can drop these sticks in here for right now. I got a bunch of seeds to plant. That'll be good. Yeah, that's fine. I might have to go over here and get some more medium quality dirt. Okay, so we've got rye. So I've got spelt, turnip, parsnip, and onion. There's a spelt seed here. The plan is to plant all of this, by the way. Like, anything I get until we hit the point where it's going to die from the cold, we plant it all. Okay, so let's go get ourselves some medium fertility soil. Keep this all going. And this will also flatten the area out, which will be good for when I want to make, like, a blacksmith or whatever. We can just put it all right here. There's the next thing. We will have you get knocked down real quick. There's the onions. Can start expanding up here. Getting a little bit more. That's fine for right now. We can go here and plant one of you. Okay, so that takes care of all that. The next thing I need is a lot more reeds for more storage. When we find clay, that'll become our main storage material from then on. Because what we'll do is we'll use, like, the giant pot things to store our food and all that. And I'll probably make a bunch of extra of those earlier on with whatever clay I have to spare, because those become, like, your main thing for preserving food in general. So you can use them for, like, mid-tier storage that then becomes, like, your main just keep stuff fresh. I should probably look at what it takes to make a boat instead of running around. I'm also... Oh, that's Pete over there. So instead of, like, running around on the land looking for a bunch of stuff, we could just cruise along in the water and look for stuff. It won't get me berries and spelt in that very likely, but probably a good way to get a hold of the clay. Okay. It also, actually no, because it also won't give me copper, will it? So I figure we run along the shore and see what we can find so far as, like, clay and copper and berries and whatever else just nearest to the shore. Because then when I actually find the materials and we're going back and forth, that'll be the time to, like, really lean in. We'll also want to get the clay going right away so I can get a cooking pot and some bowls. Because once we get that set up, instead of just eating the mushrooms and the veggies, like, straight as they are, we can cook them and you get a lot more mileage out of them that way. Okay, so we got 33 of these to plant. Okay. On the plus side, we're definitely not gonna have a shortage in the reeds in, like, mid to long term game. Alright, we can pop down here now and grab this and do that. Okay, so I've got all that. Let's grab these out, put those veggies in, drop the sticks, the flint, the green thing there, the reeds. I'll put the bones in there. Okay. That gives a bunch more inventory space to work with. Okay, so back to running around. We're just going to kind of follow the shore-ish. And that's the peat we already found the last time. And are generally just looking for anything we can use. Yeah, there's also a horsetail, which you can combine with the reeds to make bandages. It's probably not going to be like useful to me too early because of how hard the animals hit. It won't help me. I'm going to get one tap, so recovering a little bit of life won't make a difference. Later on, it'll be a big thing. Bushes over here. We definitely want to secure all the food we can. More turnips. Okay. Oh, that's blue clay. I don't think I want to use blue clay for all this stuff, but it is, I mean, it's only like 6 tiles. There's more blue clay over here, so that's still something. If we don't find other clay, I'm not against using it. I was trying to remember what the difference is between the clays. Like, I know fire clay is special. Let's go grab blue clay. It's here. We're here. Alright. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember, is blue clay versus the other clays. Yeah, it can be placed into stuff, so we get it from this. And I don't think there was anything special that only blue clay could be used for. Yeah, because we can use the various clays for that. Yeah, no, I think they are the same. It's just like an aesthetic. If you make shingles, you have the different colors or whatever. That's what's like. I feel like blue clay was the more rare of the clays. So far as the blue and the red, I mean. Fire clay being more rare than the both of them. But that'll give me clay. I'm just seeing if this is like a couple of tiles or it's gonna be a whole thing. Alright, it's a whole thing. Okay, that's fine. So we got ourselves a stack of clay. We'll definitely want to come back for more. That's one of the things we really wanted to get our hands on, we just found. The next thing we want to find is, we want to find copper. That'd be a big one, and just seeds in general. Ooh, okay. All right, high fertility soil. Uh-huh. Okay, so let's grab a couple of stones and some sticks. It's not a lot of high fertility soil. It's just one patch here and a little bit right here. There's so much blue clay in this area. Yeah, that's the thing. When it looked like it's just the 6 blocks, I was like, I don't know. Like, you know, do I want to save it or whatever. But then when I saw there's the area right next, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll grab that. I know I should go back and make a shovel. It's not looking like a very big spot of high fertility soil, which is totally fine. But if it gives me like 1 or 2 fields, segments, whatever, that's still good enough. Okay, so that's all we got over in this part. Okay, we can grab all of you. Gonna get all this taken up. And I think it's just this one last little strip here. So we'll have completely removed all the high fertility soil. And if people aren't sure why the high fertility soil is such a big deal, Oh, you mean in real life? Oh, along like the oceans? Oh, you mean where you're living. Right, that makes way more sense. People don't know why the high fertility soil is such a big deal in this game. Generally speaking, you have your soil. If we look at it, when I take the hoe to it, it'll say like this soil, it's whatever out of 50%, or whatever out of 75%, or whatever out of 100%, like of the different nutrients. And that has to do with like how high quality the soil is. That the higher the quality of the soil, the higher the max is. Alright. Oh, before I forget and get myself all tempted, we did take all the high fertility soil. There's no point in leaving it marked. You got granite bricks here. Okay. Also trying to check where I occasionally see those, like, exposed rock faces. Because sometimes you'll get really lucky, and you'll just see an ore you're looking for. What is the ore way across there? Alright, let's go check. Like a coral reef or whatever. There's some type of ore along the way there. It might just be cracked stone. Well, there's some red clay over there. One block. That's cracked granite. Cracked granite. It's just cracked granite seen from a distance. Alright, let's in before Reaper Leviathan. That'd be an absolute troll thing to add to the game. Just the nightmare from the bottom of the deep. Yes, I definitely should give myself a boat relatively early on. Take advantage of the ocean where we could just kind of zip around here. And that's where I was when I noticed the stuff across the way and I was curious what it was. Are there rivers? No, so there are mods to get rivers, but there are not rivers in the game yet. There was discussion about them adding rivers, but I believe it's future tense. I've heard the mod for adding rivers is really good, but it takes a lot of tweaking. They have to like kind of really fuss with it to get it to be, you know, what you want. Okay, no super extreme luck of just finding exposed... Oh, wait. Well, I mean, there's quartz. Okay. Not that it'd help me even if we did find ore down here. I wouldn't be able to mine it. But it could be one of those things that could help me later on. That we find, like, the exposed vein of copper or whatever. I knew I was gonna do that. Okay, just need to find... a couple of sticks. Yeah, good enough thing to light it back up on me. Okay. Get that fixed. Need some more mushrooms. Okay, really big vein of quartz there. We got a bunch more exposed rock down below. Okay. More quartz up there. More red clay. Alright, we got some type of fruit tree here. We want to figure out where we're going to be planting that. And I know it's a thing that I can chop it off one higher and leave the fruit tree here. I do just want to take all of this. Okay, so I can drop that off. So pretty soon I want to head back before it gets too dark. Trying to look for goodies in the dark isn't the best use of time. Especially since it's much easier to like just roll up on a bear or something like that. Alright, let's head back. And we can go ahead and we'll make ourselves a raft in the next in-game day. And then what I can do with the raft is, like, we can easily use that to get around to check out if we could see anything obvious on the shores. The biggest one is going to be finding the copper. That's going to be probably our biggest pain point. But then with, for example, the raft, when it comes to stuff like this, I could just go around here on the raft. Get to the area really quickly. It'll also be interesting, though. Eventually, I'm going to want to try and set up... I'm curious how deep the ocean is. But it's gonna be curious to see, like, trying to find ore and all that. How that's gonna work when it comes to, like, the prospecting with oceans everywhere. Because part of me is curious about the idea of just making an underground tunnel system as well. Or, like, just the surrounding area, just, like, gridding it out down below. Like, not to, like, fully detect all the ore, but, you know, just making a crossroads where we can just mine in a direction until we get one screen, and when we hit the one screen, then I would, at that stage, I'd, like, do the prospecting and be like, what ores in the area continue on the way. So I can have, like, ridiculous mines underneath. One thing I'm happy they don't have in this game is a lot of games that try and take, like, the survival thing seriously. They'll have, like, your tired and your fatigue or exhausted and fatigue as separate mechanics. We have one that's just, like, your stamina going down, that kind of thing. And they'll have, like, a completely different one that is instead, like, you know, how sleepy you are. And then the idea is usually the way they'll implement in most of those games is as you get sleepier, your maximum stamina just continues to decrease until it's just so negligible it's impossible to work around. Because also we have the Wrath, this part gets super easy. I can also low-key see setting an a lighthouse or, like, some type of, you know, signal light on those two, like, peninsulas sticking out to the south. Okay, so with that, grab some of the mushrooms and we'll eat those for a minute. So I don't want to remove what we've already got here too much. We'll definitely want to convert this all to the really good soil. But yeah, so if you look at this, it says the nutrients level like 50, 50, 50. When it go to these, they'll be much higher. It has the higher max and everything. Okay. Alright. Now, even though I already have these seeds planted elsewhere here, this is better soil. We're using the better soil. Yep, so if you look at this, it says growth speed 109, there's 65% of the nutrients. Whereas we go over here, growth speed about 90 and about 30% or 50% nutrients. There is better soil than the high fertility soil too. You can go like a whole tier higher, but that's really hard to get stuff. Okay. And I don't think I'm ready to plant the apple trees in any capacity. I'll want to do that. There's no priority for me to do that now, because very genuinely they need to weather and all that. So one thing we can do here. Alright. So things we gotta make. I'm going to make a set of 4 crucibles. Alright. Because I'm going to set the crucibles, we're going to make the big thing for storing food. We're going to make a pickaxe mold. We're going to make a cooking pot. You get the whole idea. But this is another one where you place it tile by tile by tile. It can be a really fun time, really cool thing. I very much like the way Vintage Story has all this set up. I think it's excellent. I've been in the mood to do more Vintage Story for a little while now too. Like low-key I keep like off stream being like, oh yeah, I want to get another run going. But then it was kind of those things like, man, I don't got the time to do that off stream, and you know, I'm not sure I want to do it on stream right now, so I'm glad I got this going, because it's been one that's been on my mind recently for a while. That said, we'll see like between tomorrow and the day after when I do end up streaming. Because I know I got a lot of stuff going on right now, so I may or may not have streams tomorrow, because those are my 2 days off a week, which I end up streaming most weeks anyways. But, let's see, even if you don't find an ocean or river network would be great. Yeah, the base game doesn't have river networks. They just have, like, lakes and ponds. But oceans are new, and they are planning on adding those. But yeah, no, so it's, very genuinely when it comes to a lot of the stuff going on here. We got Planet Coaster 2. It's got its big update that's going to be dropping. Alright, so I'll need the clay bowls. Those will be necessary for doing soup. And so we're not going to be ready to actually make any of these things. I got to get the charcoal. That's one. And I need to get... No, actually, I don't need the charcoal for that. That, I'm lying to you. I just need the peat sticks and grass for the pit kilns. It's for the blacksmithing I'm going to need the charcoal. Yeah, so that'll be something we'll want to work on. I'll want to make, like, a couple of pit kilns and all that to have those going steadily. And we'll do the, like, packed or rammed dirt around them so that the fire can't spread, because that's a lesson everyone learns at some point. Is that they'll put, you know, they won't cover up their pit kiln, or then they'll have grass nearby or whatever, and they'll set their base on fire and burn the whole thing down. It's a real painful lesson. I didn't do it, but that's because I saw other people do it, and I learned by proxy. Where you watch them being like, oh no, my storage place, and just watching smoke come up, and there's just nothing you can do about it when it's that out of control. You get your little watering can and do your best. If you're lucky, maybe you can get ahead and destroy the tiles nearby the fire before it can spread. But if you're out like looking for copper while your pit kiln's left unattended and it sets your house on fire, by the time you get back, it's just too much. Alright. So as you can see, you can go through a lot of clay pretty fast. But the good news is, those are probably the only 4 crucibles I'm going to ever need for the entire run. Those 4 bowls are probably the only 4 bowls I'm going to need for the entire run. the 4 cooking pots I make are going to be the 4 cooking pots I'll probably only ever need for the entire run. I probably only need like 2. Because I'll ruin one of them at some point by putting not food in it. But otherwise, we'll have that. The crucibles you get away with 1 as well. I do like to have multiple of them, because there are cases where I'm dealing with multiple things that it's just convenient to have 2 or 3 of them going, so you can be like, okay, that's the copper I'm doing for this, and that's the bronze I'm doing for that. I'll go ahead and make lead for this, or whatever you're working on. Or if you just want to do a lot of ingots at the same time, you can split it between a couple different crucibles so they heat up faster. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to keep this going until I get all my stuff ready. And then what we'll need is we'll need sticks, we'll need grass, and we'll need peat. Because then we can start getting the clay firing. Okay, so we've got the cooking pots, we got the crucibles, we got the bowls. I don't need the crocks, I don't need the flower pots. We'll worry about the ingots later. I am going to need the pick mold. What do we need peat to do for us? You can use peat in place of firewood for a lot of things. So for like doing the pit kilns, instead of putting my stat firewood on the top of it, the 4 or 8 firewood, I could just put a couple blocks of peat on top of it. I believe it also goes faster, but I'm not as yeah, I'm pretty sure it goes faster when you use peat. Is Peat a witch? Yes. I thought you knew. He was pretty open about it. He kept weighing himself against a duck. He was always worried he was putting on weight, but he always was the same weight as the duck. Alright. Peat also burns hotter than wood, 700, 900 for wood, so you can preheat your ore a bit before using charcoal. That's an interesting thought. I never thought about, like, having, like, a preheating and all that for that kind of thing. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this going next. And yeah, pottery goes faster with peat, even faster with charcoal, but charcoal is work. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Cutting down thing. That was, we made that max size charcoal pit in the other run. Literally max size charcoal pit and filled the whole thing up to the brim. And we did make it all into charcoal. And it's just like, I don't want to deal with this for a long time. I've made myself enough charcoal to last me a very long time. So we just go down there and dig up a little bit more of our solid room of charcoal. Okay. But yeah, so a lot of these we only make once ever. That mold I only need to make one time, the bowls I only need to make one time, the cooking pot I only need to make one time, the crucibles I only need to make one time. All the other molds, if I choose to make them, is a one and done. The thing here I'm making, the big, like, crock pot, or the big storage thing, that I'm gonna end up making a bunch of them. Like, a whole bunch of them. And they are very greedy for clay. Like, we're not actually going to finish making this one with the clay we already pulled up. I'll have to go over and make a dedicated run for even more. But that's kind of the thing that can be nice with that, is what I can do is get the fire pits fired and go off and get more clay, because they take, like, for using firewood, they take like a full day to get done, or 12 hours, or some ridiculously long time. But the peat, it'll be shorter, but that's fine. I'm mostly going to use the peat not just to avoid having to deal with the trees. Okay, so we got all that. That was weird. Okay, now we're officially fully out of clay. And drop the flax in there. Drop the actual flax fibers in there. Alright, so the apple tree, we'll definitely want to graft that. So what I am going to quickly do is I'm just going to go upstairs really fast. We got a couple more of these bushes to plant. So it's the cranberries and the black currant. And we'll stack those later. A couple heaps of firewood. Alright, so right now, I've got my rows of berries are going to go over here. We'll probably have more buildings over in this area. That's where we're going this, and I'm pretty sure I can't slap trees down in the sand. I have a certain expectation that that will not work. So what we will do, I'm going to take this straight back from here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And that's where our trees are going to go, and we'll make that a bigger area as needed. We got a couple units of firewood for our charcoal pit. We'll need to make stairs for over there. There we go. Alright. So we got our charcoal pit is underway. We've got where our house will be once I actually start making the materials for that. We've got our cellar that doesn't have a functional door yet. We got a bunch of clay stuff made. But that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, unfortunately, that I need to be wrapping up for the night. I already went about an hour long because I did want to leave things kind of where they were. So if you have enjoyed the content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. We're definitely going to be playing more Vintage Story in the immediate future because now I got the itch again. I'm going to be doing a little bit of Planet Coaster 2 to check out the new update. That'll probably just be 1 or 2 streams. There was a bunch of other games that are all dropping updates on the 4th. You get the idea. We got a couple of these games that'll be like a half stream, full stream kind of thing, but Vintage Story is one I could see doing a bit of a proper run on this. Maybe not all the way to Steel, we'll see how we go, because I'm expecting our stuff to interrupt it. But in the meantime, if you have enjoyed, again, don't forget to drop that follow. If you're over watching on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly over on the YouTube side, so don't forget to like and subscribe. I just don't have a host ready, and I need to figure out how to do that more efficiently, but thanks so much for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find.